Oh snap, it's a stream. Hello, welcome. Welcome here today. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to internet. We have video games and content and you can watch it. That's pretty cool. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back to here. My computer doesn't like borderless full screen anymore and that makes me sad because borderless full screen is cool, but it keeps being funky and messing things up. So we're not doing that. You don't need to know that, though. That's behind-the-scenes tech stuff. That's your little peek behind the curtain. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Vera channel. Hello. It is Sunday, my dudes. Sunday. Sunday, Sunday. Just like they'd say at the monster truck thing. That's what they do. Hello, Stump. Hello, Raz. Hello, Ali. Hello, Gazania. And Raz, thank you for 26 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. That's a long time. That's as long a time as it can be. But thank you so much. 26 awesome months of hanging with Vera. Thank you, I appreciate it. Welcome in. I have a new model, kind of. It's an old model, but it's new, because it's on my new model. Not my new model, but my new Vroid, as opposed to my old Vroid. And then I did the pretty things with the colors, except you can't really see them super well. Like, they show up a lot better in VC Face than they do on stream. So I had to crank them up to like 11 to get them to show up at all. Hello, Booba. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's like my one from last year, and I made it all prettier. So, oi, hello, Ika, welcome in. So I got, my face. It's the same face as it was before. For a while. But I got the red and green eyes. And then I got hair, and it was clipping, and I don't like clipping, so I gave myself Miku hair, and then I spent like 7 hours on the hair, because putting bones in hair and making it not look like shit is hard. Also, it's got swirly things, and I see something I need to adjust, but I'm gonna worry about that later, because I spent way too long on this. When did I get hair? I got it 5 minutes before the start of stream. I just super glued it all to my head. It's gonna be really painful getting it off, so we're just gonna wear it that way for a while. Antlers. Oh wow, I've had those before too. It's really not that new in this last year's outfit, but I made the colors better. The colors are cool. Look at the colors. Look at them. Wow. Whoa. It was crazy. Wow. Cool. Look at me and my colors on my model. There are so many colors. You can look at all of them. Oh yeah, I've had freckles since this summer because I got them when we went to the beach. It's a canonical event. Hello, Yellow Moth. Welcome, welcome. Welcome into the stream. The colors are awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Today, we're gonna finish Please Be Happy. Probably. Yes. Not even probably. Yes, we are gonna finish Please Be Happy. We have the last chapter to go on Please Be Happy. And I looked it up. And by looked it up, I went on YouTube. And I saw Justerfly, who is in the chat sometime, had videos of it on YouTube. And it looked like it was like 4 hours. So I expect it to be like 3 hours or something. Lark! Hello! Good to see you. Long time no see. Feels like it's been like half a day or something. Merry Christmas to you too. Please be finished. I almost said please be the finale, but I didn't. But please be finished. I like it, but I'm ready to finish some games. It'd be nice. Nice. Yeah, so we're gonna finish it. Last chapter. You're cool. You're cool. I'd point at you if I could. Wait. You want to see my awesome hand tracking that I have? It's real. You're cool. You're cool. I have hand tracking. You are the coolest one. You're so cool. I point with all 4 fingers. That's right. You did it. Congratulations. Gotta get elite motion? Maybe. We'll see. It's possible. Wow. Okay, I'm just making sure my antlers fit in the frame, which they don't for you, but they do for me. It's important that they fit in the frame. Oh my god, Twitch, thank you for 1,500 bits! Wait. Oh, holy, okay. Eco, holy, you just gave me a crap ton of subs the last time you were here. Oh my god. Ika, thank you for 10,000 bits. And also thanks to Twitch for 1,500, but really just thanks to Ika. Thank you. That's insane. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Hello to welcome in. Hello, Anne. Hello, welcome. Yeah, no, that's crazy. That's a lot. I really appreciate it, Ika. Thank you for being such a big support. I am Miku flavored. That was unintentional. Actually. I just wanted to not have my hair. You can ban Twitch, but if you ban Twitch, they might not be able to. I don't know if they can give me bits if you ban them though. I don't want that. But yeah, it's because the old hair was clipping. Like, so this is comparison. Okay, the lighting looks awful on this model. This is my skin would normally not be disgustingly white. This is just what happened with the lighting settings I have on right now for some reason, and it looks really gross. Also, that one has the cyber antler. I'm not digital anymore, so I don't have digital antler. I have real antler. So, you know how it goes. Anyway. Wow. Okay, let's play game. But yeah, thank you again for the bits. And hello, everybody. It's good to see you. Let's watch some gay people. Let's watch the gay people do the thing. Also, Miho's gonna play a tree in a play, and that's pretty cool. So let's see how she does. Gay people, let's go! That's the spirit. That's the spirit we're looking for. You love gay people? You are in the right place for the right stream at the right time, because that is what we're here doing today. Yeah, okay. Where'd the game go? Game, where'd you go? Hold on. The game hacked itself to heck. Unhack yourself. There we go. There's the game. The game has unhacked itself. It is back for the gay people time. We need to hear the gay people, too. Gay people, say something. Okay, good enough for me. Yep. Booba! You want to be on the come train too? That is certainly a way to put it. Thank you. Thank you for 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 bits. I appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Also, Soda, hello. Merry Christmas again. Good to see you. Twitch, thank you for the 50 bits. You're really pushing your luck. I want to celebrate my friends who are being generous, and then you're just jumping on their generosity and just taking advantage of it. I mean, I appreciate the bits, but I think you're an automated feature that's happening for some reason. So, I guess thank you to Twitch, but mostly thank the actual people. What are we doing? Rest is up to her. No, we're down here somewhere. This one, December 3rd. Day. You don't have audio. You didn't even get to hear the gay people. I'm sorry. Okay, let's go back.
Take your time. I'll just be here. Go on. Well, how far did we get last time?
You got to hear her like 3 different voice clips from the same person all of a sudden. That's pretty cool. Look at you. Look at you getting all these voice clips. Day 17. How is it day 17? Day 17? I feel like it's been way longer than 17 days. Huh. I guess this whole thing was actually a fairly short time span. I thought there were like gaps in between, power gaps. You hear gay people, cool. Just like the 6th sense. The 7th sense? The 6th sense is dead people, the 7th sense is gay people. If you don't have the 7th sense, you actually can't even see them. It's crazy. Games have audio now? Sometimes. Only most of the time, but not all of them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It does. It does. Thank you, Street Fighter 3. Chapter 5, Stray Thoughts. And thank you for the level 5 hype train. Super appreciated. Y'all are too nice. The familiar jingle of the bell house's door greets me as I walk in for what could be the last time. Once Aspen starts working at the new location next week, okay, I was worried for a second, I won't have much reason to visit this one anymore. What is that? Wait, what is that? What the hell? Oh, it's a gingerbread frog eating itself. Auto cannibalism. That's a feature, all right. Good work, Twitch. Thanks for, Twitch has caused like such a giant stir and so much drama this last week, and here they are just showing off like their own weird like auto cannibalism fetishes with the emotes. I don't know how to feel about that. Once Aspen starts working at the new location next week, I won't have much reason to visit this one anymore. I like this little shop. I'm comfortable with this PNG. The scent of baking bread and brewing coffee mixed with the clean earthiness of all of the plants is something that I'll miss too.
Hey, welcome to the Bell House.
I love Lena. Lena's my favorite.
Oh, it's Miho.
Now, how am I compared to the game? Because sometimes I feel like I'm way louder. I'm going to turn myself down a little bit, actually. Not a ton, but a bit. Yeah. Just so you don't have to, like, crank it up too high to hear people in the game. That might be okay.
Hey, Lena.
She tilts her head over her shoulder to yell back towards the kitchen. Feel like the balance is pretty good? Cool, I tweaked it like 20 times in the last 5 seconds, so I probably messed it up.
Aspen, your girlfriend's here.
Teasing. So for those, there's a bunch of people here today. For those unfamiliar with the game, the long and short summary is, once upon a time there was a fox, and that fox lived like 500 plus years ago in South Korea, and then a traveler came by and was like, yo, I'm a traveler, here's some snacks, and the fox was like, I eat things for a living, and befriended the traveler, and then the traveler left, and then the fox was sad, but the traveler left gifts with the fox, a little scroll, and a necklace, and then the fox turned magic and was like, wow, I'm a magic fox now, and was like, whoa, I can turn into a people, and Miho is that fox. And so then she's like, I'm gonna wander around, and I'm gonna turn the game down slightly, turn yourself up slightly, turn both down a lot, then turn down the game down a little. Got it. I will turn down the loading screen. I don't know why the loading screen has a volume slider on this screen. That doesn't make any sense. It's probably supposed to be hidden right now. Whatever. Anyway, so now she can turn into a person, and she also has this thing with, like, her being magic, but it's, like, specific to her. Different Gumiho, which is what she is now, have different, like, quirks to them. And hers is that, if she doesn't interact with people for, like, a day, they forget she exists. So she just takes advantage of that and would travel around the world looking for her person, the traveler, who would give her snacks. And would just steal things and then leave, and then no one would remember her because of her curse magic thing. And then one day she was like, I'm gonna go to New Zealand, and she goes to New Zealand. And then when she's in New Zealand, she's like, this picture frame is worth $1 bajillion. I'm gonna steal it. And then she tries to rob a library, and then the librarian's a vampire and chases her down and is like, hey, I'm a vampire librarian. Give me my picture frame back. And then she's like, why do you want your picture frame back? And then the librarian's like, it's my picture, shut up. And then she's like, oh, okay. And then the librarian's like, are you homeless? And then she crawls into a hole in the ground and says, no, I'm not homeless. And then the librarian says, okay, fine, come live in my attic. And so she starts living in the attic of the librarian. Meanwhile, the librarian's best friend works in a coffee shop and is an aspiring author. And we get all hot for the cop barista. And now we're girlfriends. And then she tries to leave town on a trip. She doesn't try to leave. She does leave town on a trip, and it's really tense because we're like, oh no, you can't leave town for too long and have the bus break down, because then it'll be more than a day and we won't be in touch anymore, and then you'll forget I exist. And so they have a big dramatic moment where they chase each other down, running from the city and running from the bus, trying to make sure they see each other before time runs out. And then they're like, we should get you a cell phone. This is fucking stupid. So they get her a cell phone because that's fucking stupid. At which point she's also like, have you heard of Zoom? And so they get all the friends that she's met like 20 times in the town. It's like, hey, I met you like 20 times in the town. And then everyone's like, I keep talking to someone and forgetting who they are the next day. And we live in a world where magic is a thing that exists. So what you're saying to me does not sound like bullshit craziness, and I believe you. And so now we just spend like a couple hours Zooming everybody in the evening so they remember we're real. And then we're in a play where we play a tree. That's pretty important. We still live in the library. There was another Gumiho, and the other Gumiho was all like, hey, why are you a dog? And then Mio was like, I'm not a dog, I'm a Gumiho, I'm like a fox like you. And then the other one is like, no, that's stupid. Stop talking to people. You're fucking stupid. And then Miho is all like, I like the people. And then Silver, the other Gumiho, is all like, no, it's stupid. And then there's a whole story arc. And then at the end, she's like, wow, maybe you have something going on that's not as stupid as I thought it was. And then she leaves. And then we get our note, because the note that the traveler left with us, Silver tried to take it. And we're like, Silver, no stealing. And then Silver gives it back. It's like, oh man. And we look at the note and we unscroll it for the first time in our life. And we've learned to read while we were here because we live in a library with a librarian and an aspiring author girlfriend. And they're just like, how are you so fucking stupid? Learn to read. And so we learn to read. And then we unscroll the note we've been carrying around with us for 500 years because, spoilers, Miho is 500 plus years old because magic creatures. And then when we unscroll the note, it says on the note, please be happy. And that's most of the game. And now we're here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That makes sense. Freeboard in Vampire's Attic. Hell yeah. Freeboard in Vampire's Attic. Author barista girlfriend. Rival understanding with other Gumiho. They had a whole mortality arc where we learned about, like, oh yeah, librarian had like a daughter, except her daughter was like not a daughter, it was like someone she like took in at a young age, and then she took in at an older age, and then a middle age, and then eventually she just got old and died because like she's a vampire. So we have the whole like Juliet, the librarian, and Miho have the whole, like, immortal thing going, so it's just kind of like, wow, that makes life complicated, and mortality is a bitch. And then we had a big sad conversation, but it's just like, Aspen is cool, and I think she's hot, and I'm gonna just roll with it, because love is neat, and people will get old, and that sucks, but we should be happy now, and enjoy each other's company. And then everybody cries a bunch. That was the other part you missed. So now you're caught up on everything. Love wins. Yeah, there you go. I need to drink some water. That was my best summer yet. There's a muffled sound from the back, and a couple of the other patrons turn to look at the source of the shout. Lena ignores them entirely.
She'll be right out. Thanks.
Lena will also be moving over to the new location when it opens. That's convenient. Aspen told me she got to pick which staff members she wanted to invite to the new store, but she doesn't want Lena to know that. She'd never live it down. She wouldn't. Since there's no one else in line, I lean against the counter to talk with Lena while I wait for Aspen.
I was just thinking about how I'm gonna miss this place. It must be like that for you too, right?
I don't know. I haven't thought about it too much. Maybe I'll miss it when I get there. But why get a head start on that when I've still got another week here?
It's a good point.
Good point.
That's what I said. I'm sure Lena and I have different feelings about the Bell House anyway. I have a lot of special, treasured memories here. But for her, it's just part of her routine. Kind of like how the library is important to both Aspen and me, but not in the same way. Aspen herself comes out from the kitchen carrying a small plate with a strawberry croissant on it. That's her girlfriend. That's the nerd who was talking on the main menu. Lena locks on instantly.
Well, you still got croissants left?
Not anymore. I was saving this one for Miho.
Oh. I mean, tragic for her. Good for me.
Wow. Abusing your powers already?
It's not the first time. Besides, I've noticed we go through blueberry muffins suspiciously fast when you're working the counter.
Oh, dang it. I thought I was being sneaky.
Oh, I didn't mean to go into scroll mode. I fucked up. What happened? Ah, okay. Sorry.
Not sneaky enough, so shh.
Oh my god. Oh no. Okay. I was scrolling in chat in OBS and it started messing with the game. That was bad. I guess I needed to actually click out of the game window. My bad. Could you replay the whole game real quick? Yeah, sure thing. We'll do it after the stream's over, though. Just wait like 15 minutes after the stream's done, and then there will be a secret stream just for you where we replay everything, so. It's gonna happen, though. Make sure you're there for it. She sneak eats dialogue windows, too, sometimes. Yeah, it's true. Aspen puts a finger to her lips as she hands me the illicit treats.
Wow, it's been forever since I've had stolen food.
She used to live on a diet of 7-Eleven and, lies. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Just rob Quickie Marts, go find a hole somewhere, eat Funyuns, rinse and repeat. Which honestly is not a bad life. That's pretty close to mine.
It's not stolen. It's just selectively available.
Right. I'm gonna go select something available from the rack myself. See you later, Miho.
Bye, Lena.
I have a postcard with her on it. I forgot, I got like the art book for this, like, this summer. And it came with an art book. But it also came with a postcard. And it's got Lena on it. It's cute. Lena and Morgan from a game you don't know, and other girl from a game I don't know. So there you go. Wait, did I miss a line of dialogue? I might have. Wait, hold up.
Go sit down and I'll bring you something to drink. What would you like?
I'm all over the place. Sure enough, she plucks a muffin from the display case on her way to the back of the store. I take a bite of my croissant, getting strawberries and cream all over my hands. It's as messy as it is delicious. Aspen reaches up and wipes away a dollop of cream from my nose.
it's okay. You don't have to do that.
I want to, though. What'll you have?
Well... Another foxtail latte, please.
That sounds like you would just choke on the foxtail. I'm assuming it doesn't actually have a foxtail in it. That would probably not be a good drink.
Of course. I don't even have to ask.
It might be a special drink made for her, though, because it has fox in the name.
It is my drink, after all.
It's a special drink made for her because it has fox in the name.
Yes, yes, I'm
Here's
well
my
aware.
confirmation.
And I'll have it right out.
You've seen someone eat one of those once? Aren't those things like that'd be scratchy too, because they're just like, they're not like they're not like the worst Barbie thing, but I'm pretty sure they're covered in like barbs to some extent, because like they always get stuck to dogs. Or foxes of foxes. Yes. I carry my croissant to my favorite seat by the window and sit down. 4 foxes of fox. It's like the spider bake sale. 4 spiders by spiders of spiders. Not auto-cannibalism, just regular cannibalism at that point. Exploded in their mouth and just kept spewing seed fluff? Yeah, that sounds about right. I carry my croissant to my favorite seat by the window and sit down, enjoying the familiar view. It's changed a bit since I first sat down here half a year ago, but it's still mostly the same on the outside. Okay, so it has been a bigger passage of time. I'm not sure why it says day 17 on the save screen. Maybe that's the 17th day I've played it. That must be what it is, huh? And it just tracks the separate times you log in as days. That must be it. With only a couple weeks left until the new year, people bustle about outside, trying to make the best of what's left of this one. There's only a couple weeks left of this year. Oh my god. It's like I timed it to take us half a year. I spent half a year or longer on this game, not because I'm slow and bad at finishing things, but because I wanted to have the game synchronize with when I was playing it. It makes so much sense. I think I've begun to understand why it's important to people. Why it's worth numbering the years when you'll only get to see so many of them. Miho in the chat. I spot Aspen approaching, carrying a drink in each hand. I move my plate out of the way to make room for her as she sits down.
Here you are, a foxtail latte for its namesake.
I'm trying to think of what it would be. I mean, the name probably doesn't hint at anything because it's just a reference to Miho herself. It's gonna be sweet. I know that much.
Thanks! It's delicious!
You haven't even tried it yet.
So? I don't need to. I just know.
It has been a hit with the customers too, I must say. More than any of the other beverages I've created.
It's because you have a developed palate. What the customers want: double sugar frappuccino, crunch, where you condense the frappuccino into bite-sized candies so you can blend them up and put them in a frappuccino.
Clearly I have my wonderful muse to thank for that. You've left a mark on this place too.
I can't deal with drinks that are that sweet, though.
That's why
A
I
little
get them
sweet's
for
okay.
free forever, right?
Or as long as I'm working here at least.
Jackpot.
You know, maybe Lena was a little bit right about me abusing my powers.
That's a latte coffee. Get it, like lot. No, abuse your powers.
I won't tell her you said that.
Good.
There's a growing list of things not to tell Lena. That was the best thing about working in a coffee shop, was abusing my powers. I drank so much coffee. One time I had a 16-shot latte on accident. That was pretty funny. Because I was busy and I was like, hey, make me a latte. And they were like, how many shots? And I'm like, 8-shot latte. And they're like, that's insane. And I'm like, it's okay. And then they thought I meant 8 double shots. And I was just like, okay, well, no, now it actually is insane. And I had to spend like 2 days drinking it because that's kind of actually insane. Please be caffeinated.
Damn, that is good.
She removes the lid to let it cool, which isn't something I've seen her do before.
What are you doing after this? I'm only on a 5, by the way.
I think that means 5-hour shift.
That's fine. I'll probably just head back to the library. I don't have much else to do today.
I think that means she doesn't know what she's doing today.
Jealous?
Why? What about you?
I'm only working half my shift here today. After lunch, I'm going to the new store to help Regina with some final inspections, and then doing interviews for new hires. It's a lot.
If anyone needs a job right now, you can move to Magic New Zealand.
You're doing all of that in one day?
That'd make you be happy. Yeah. I mean, if the income is decent enough for what you need, that could be a good thing or a bad thing, all things considered.
There aren't that many days left. We should have been done with hiring already, but one person changed his mind last minute. So now...
She trails off and ends with a sigh. Combination I know all too well.
Well, I could go on, but I won't. Who would have thought opening a brand new restaurant would be so much work?
I think a lot of people. Although she laughs, I can't help but be a little concerned. Although it's been over a month since Aspen decided to take a break from writing, it's still way too soon for her to be overworking herself again. Yeah, she was like pushing herself to the bone, writing around the clock every day, and she got rejected from a publisher. She wanted to publish her book, and then another publisher called her and was like, yeah, we can publish your book, but can you rewrite the main character into a Scrimblow Bimblow alien? And also, the part where the plot happens, can you replace it with this other plot? And also, on the words from page 1 to page 500, can you replace them with these other words that aren't the ones you said? And so she was just like scrambling to rewrite everything to appease them. And then Miho is like, or you could just not do that. And then Aspen's like, I have developed really bad alcoholism, and then we're like, maybe we should chill out a little bit on the book for a time being. And so she's focusing on the coffee for a bit, which is probably for the best.
Are you sure you're gonna be alright? I mean, you're gonna be this busy until it opens, right?
Yeah, always focus on the coffee. Just like yeah, right? It's pretty relatable.
If not busier, yes. It won't be fun, but I'll manage.
I've heard that one before, you know.
I know. I mean it though. Really. The soft opening is in 10 days. Even after that, there'll be plenty to do. Maybe more than there is now. But eventually things will settle down, and I don't have to sell my soul in the process too.
You didn't write a book and instead just drink. You got half of it though. I mean, listen, as long as you're halfway there, it's the same thing. Someday, who cares about someday when you're miserable now? Love. Yeah, that was the quote. That was, hello, Chesterfly. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. It's funny, when I don't know if you were here earlier or if you just got here, but when I was trying to figure out how long Chapter 5 would take, I was like, I'm gonna check YouTube. And of course, your video came up. So that was funny.
That's the big difference. I can handle being tired. It was the dread and anxiety that I couldn't take.
I can tell you do. It's a good game. It's like a really well done visual novel. Like, I mean, the story is good, but also like the production value is like good all around, which goes a long way. Please be happy themed emotes of you. Let me see here. Oh, cute. Not a fox. Adorable. I love it. Compared to before, there's something different in the way Aspen speaks. Plus, it's got HoloLive. No, it does not have HoloLive. It has an independent VTuber. Easy mistake to make. when she would talk about her writing and how she felt, it was obvious that even she didn't believe the words she was saying. But now I can tell from the light in her eyes that she means it.
Okay, okay. You're pretty determined, huh?
I am. It felt good to make my mind up about something. I want to give it my very best, so that I can feel good when I look back on it too. Besides, I'd say that growing the new Bell House into Wellington's most popular cafe would be a more than adequate way to be remembered. But I'll settle for it being a hidden gem too.
As long as you're selling strawberry croissants and
it's less
foxtail
stressful to
lattes,
work at.
I don't see how it could be anything else.
Working at a popular coffee shop is pain. I would love to work in a coffee shop again, but I would specifically want to be a hidden gem. Because, like, rush hour, where you just have, like, lines of, like, 50 people out the door, are kind of a nightmare.
Hopefully. Word of mouth from the first few
Less
days
money,
will
of
be
course,
very
but-
important. If we fail to make a good first impression, then it could be hard to recover.
You're worrying too much. Everyone already loves the Bell House. I'm sure they'll love yours too.
Me? Worry too much? No way.
You have words about the hidden gem thing, but you won't share them because it doesn't involve gay foxes. There.
Uh-huh.
Well,
You can
you're
always share them
probably
in
right.
the Discord,
Besides,
though.
I have a great team too. With their help, I'm sure it'll turn out okay.
That's my segue to advertise the Discord in the chat, which is the Super Hangouts Deluxe Discord, which is me and a bunch of my friends who frequently stream together, and so we have a shared Discord because it's cooler that way. You might find some hidden gems there.
That's more like it. You and Lena are gonna do great.
I can't let her show me up after all, especially as the store manager. Oh God, I really am starting to sound like her.
Awesome! Thank you for follow. I appreciate it. You have a lot of S's and a lot of M's in your name. It's a good screen name. Enjoy your stay. Do I have follower emotes right now? I don't even know if I do. I removed a bunch of my emotes to replace them, and then I haven't replaced them. I don't think I do. I'll have follower emotes soon, though. Now that I'm on break, I have time to do that. You spy, please be happy. You do! You do spy, please be happy. We're in Chapter 5 of the Aspen route right now, so we're finishing up today. There's something you didn't see anyone talking about for the VTuber... Oh, I didn't see the VTuber Awards. Yeah, post about it there. I'm interested in checking it out later. I have a feeling I know which chat you came from.
That's another one for the list, right?
Naturally.
Speaking of Lena, I need to get back to work. I'm busy this afternoon, but I'm free tomorrow after work.
Someone may have messaged you. Interesting, interesting. It could be anybody in this chat, I'm sure. Definitely no emote clues, literally right there.
I'm always free when you are.
You cracked the case.
It's a date then.
We say goodbye with a kiss like usual before Aspen has to leave. I finish up the last couple bites of my croissant on my own, watching out the window. At one point, even the Bell House wasn't here. I don't know what was, but it's hard for me to picture it as anything else. At one point, it was just someone's dream, an idea, or a half-formed concept. It took a lot to turn that into the little restaurant that I know and love today. Yeah, and I really like Aspen too. The first thing that drew me to Aspen is I dressed the same as her offline, so I was like, oh my god. And I'm also a coffee addict, so of course I was like, yes, we gotta go that route. But she's a dork. She's fun. Secretly, Possum was just browsing the Please Be Happy category on Twitch. Oh. That would be a twist. That would be a very big plot twist, honestly. I mean, there were 90 people in the category when I started the stream, so that is possible. It was surprisingly happening, which is good to hear, because it's a good game. For the new Bell House, Aspen will be responsible for the start of its story, for making it more than just a dream. I have a lot of faith in her, though. Aspen's great at stories. She's a writer. Oh, that reminds me, and this is unrelated to this game, but saying she's a writer, I think I mentioned it before. I really want to try the Alan Wake franchise. I've been hearing so much after 2. It's because he's also a writer. Although apparently he's a really bad writer, which is kind of funny, because I thought he would be good since he has a game, but no. I'm dominating the Please Be Happy category? Oh, snap. Hello, lurkers in the Please Be Happy category. Hello, I'm streaming. You're welcome. I have nothing else to say. Watch the game. I'm nervous now. Okay. Seeing her enthusiasm and determination return is such a relief. Her path forward is clear, at least for now. I'm glad for her, I really am. Still, I can't help but wish I had something like that for myself, too. A goal to work towards, or a dream to fulfill. At first, Juliet let me work at the library so that I could have some structure in my everyday life, and to get more used to being around other people. But that's not something I need as much anymore. I don't mind my job, but the fact that I'm here right now and come and go whenever I feel like, it kind of proves that what I do there isn't 100% necessary. Still, it's home. It's a place to go back to while I figure out what's next. So after cleaning up my trash and finishing my drink, that's exactly what I do. At breakfast, Juliet and I set up the table and she prepares a place for 3 people like usual.
I forgot to tell you. Aspen won't be here today.
I made Juliet look like a dang fool.
Oh, I see. Is everything all right?
She's very fancy. She's the vampire librarian I was talking about when I was summing up the game. But yeah, she's got good drip.
Yeah, she's just busy. She said she doesn't know how often she'll be able to come by
Also,
until the new
she
Bell
is the
House
other.
opens.
She's the other primary route. It's Aspen and Juliet. So if you like Juliet and you're interested in the game, that's a whole other route for you to explore. Because I'm gonna play that later, but I'm not gonna stream the other route. Kind of like the idea of leaving the other route for just off stream, and then other people who are curious can dip in as well.
I understand. She must have a lot of responsibilities to take care of right now.
Mm-hmm. I was worried about how much work she has to do. I still am. But she's pretty confident in herself. So maybe it'll be okay.
It's only natural that you'd be concerned. You care about her a lot. I'm sure she's glad that you worry about her, even when she tells you not to. I have faith in her too. When Aspen puts her mind to something, she's unstoppable.
Also, you know what? I feel obligated to promote AIM here too. For people who like visual novels, AIM is a great person to watch. AIM is a very cool, regular human person who plays a lot of visual novel content. So, you do. You're one of the biggest VN streamers I know. So, it seems like an appropriate time for that. Studio Lawn makes many great girl love visual novels. Yeah. I played Heart of the Woods before, which I'll probably play again on stream. After we finish this, I'm going to do chapter 1 of a new game of theirs that I'm spacing on the name of right now. But I'm gonna do that before the end of the year here. Before I go on break. Hold up. Think, brain, think. Halo Infinite, that's right. We're gonna play Halo Infinite, hit visual novel. Not Twofold. I am gonna play Twofold. I am gonna play Twofold. But that's gonna be later. It's, hold up. I saved some pictures from it. And they're, right about not here. That just says Hannah. That doesn't say the name of the game. Shoot. No, it's just chapter 1. The game is not out yet. The game is not out yet. And I'm spacing on the name. Yes, that's Summer at the Edge of, Summer at the Edge of the Universe. Thank you. That's it. I knew it had a space name, but I was trying to figure it out. It's like space something, space something. Space isn't in the name. It's Summer at the Edge of the Universe. That's it. Yeah, we're going to do that probably like next week sometime. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I have some art from it that was in a press release, so I could use it on my schedule, and it's really pretty.
One of my earliest memories with her came from her first visit to the library, when she was trying to find a certain book on the shelves.
Summer's baby. I don't know anything about the characters yet, but I know they look good.
It wasn't there,
Pretty
because
art.
I was reading it at the
There were a
time and
bunch of
had it in
people
my
in
room. She asked if she could borrow it, promising to return it the next day. I told her she could take more time with it, but she stayed up all night reading it and brought it back like she promised. It wasn't a short book by any means either. I imagine she's treating her new role with similar focus and determination, which is why I'm sure she'll succeed in the end.
Yeah, you're right. I can't spend all my time worrying about her.
Hello, Minaxi.
I have to trust her to live her life too. Even though I said that last time, I understand it better this time.
That's good. It can be a difficult lesson to learn.
That's for sure.
Juliet laughs, and then we start to eat. It's a little quiet without Aspen, or even the sound of her silverware, especially since for Juliet, having a meal is entirely symbolic anyway. I try to eat fast just to get it over with. When we finish and clean up, Juliet lingers around the kitchen for a bit, and that way that means she has something to say. Sure enough, once everything else is done, she clears her throat.
Miho, there's something I wanted to ask you.
Sure. What's up?
Earlier this morning, I saw that I'd received a reply to a message that I never expected to be answered.
Oh?
A couple months ago, I managed to find someone online that I thought might be related to your friend Zhang Ying, and reached out to confirm.
Yeah, the Traveler I was mentioning earlier, that's Zhang Yin is the name. We didn't actually have much info, besides memories for a long time, but there was like a traveling exhibit that kind of like helped bring things to light earlier in the game.
They never got back to me, and so I didn't mention it to you. But then today, she finally responded and said that yes, they are distant relatives.
Because keep in mind, our memories are from like 500 plus years ago, really long time ago, when we were like a regular fox and not magical.
She said that if you'd like to talk with her, she'd be happy to tell you a bit about Zhang Ying, or at least what she knows. Is that something you'd like to do?
Oh. Wow. I guess you wouldn't be shocked that I never even thought about them maybe having a family.
I thought that might be the case. You're welcome to think about it and get back to me later.
In my mind, Zhang Yin was always alone, but with me. They belonged to the forest and to the rest of the world equally. But it makes sense that they weren't really alone, that they had people who loved them too. It hits me that there's so much I don't know about Zhang Yin. Really, I barely know anything. Every minute shared with me only represented a very small part of their life. In a sense, they may as well be a stranger. Love that they have an Inby as a historical figure. Yeah, that was interesting. I would expect that from like a character we would meet in the game more than I would from a character that we find out about in a museum. Because not that there weren't non-binary people, but usually that stuff gets like kind of washed out. I'm a little afraid that knowing more about them could change how I feel about them too. But I decide that's a risk I'm willing to take. I'd rather know more about who they really were.
Nah, I don't need to.
Is there someone else with that name out there? Voiced by an NB too? Oh, that's cool.
Wonderful. I'll let her know then. I believe she's in America, so our times are fairly different. Shall I see if tomorrow evening would work?
Oh yeah, time zones are really hard. What is the time difference there? It's like 12 hours or something, right? Because it's the opposite side of the planet. That's how time works? Rather sad and horrible? Oh. I assume it's not about the historical figure in this game, who I assume was made up for the game, but I actually don't know.
Sure, that sounds good. Thanks. And thanks for tracking her down and messaging her in the first place.
Very much not so. Got it.
It's my pleasure. It's what I specialize in, after all. I'll let you know tonight if I hear back from her.
Okay. I'm going to see Aspen when she gets off work, but I'll be back sometime this evening.
I'll see you then. Have a great day, Miho.
Have a good sleep.
This vampire. There's a lot that I'm looking forward to talking about with Aspen today. I set myself up in the library and take care of my chores like usual, but it's hard to think about anything else. The afternoon sunshine draws us to the park once Aspen gets off work, instead of staying indoors at her apartment or the library. She tells me all about her day at work, and in exchange, I tell her about my upcoming call.
Wow! Juliet's incredible, isn't she? I had no idea she was setting that up.
Me either. It was a total surprise. She said she sent the message a long time ago, though, and it took months before she got a response.
Well, I can certainly empathize with that. At least in this case, the response turned out to be a good one.
Hopefully. I'm a little bit nervous, though.
Hang issue? I'm not noticing any, like, dropped frames or anything, at least.
About what?
Just about what they might say. What if it turns out Jongin is totally different from what I thought? What if they were actually a terrible person?
Wants to respond bad. Oh, I get it. In the game.
Then that would be true whether you knew it or not. They do say ignorance is bliss for a reason. If I were you, though, I would want to know the truth no matter what.
I mean, you've been pursuing them for, like, literally hundreds of years. You might as well take what you can get at this point, information-wise. Me too. I'm a big fan. That was like one of the things that drew me to her, because I wear huge, oversized, like, circle glasses like that, because I just think they're neat. And I was like, hey, I wear a beret and big circle glasses. Good style. Good fashion sense, yes. They're good. Not quite that big, though. Hers are really big. They should always be in style, I agree. Turns out Juliet just sent a bat flying across the Pacific to deliver the message. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe someday I'll be able to do something without worrying about it the whole time.
If you figure out the secret, let me know.
You stole your glasses style from a different Elon character? Nice. Wait, hold on. I can't remember. I've only played one other game, but it was years ago, and I can't remember if anyone wore glasses or not. I think I might have.
Lena sure isn't sharing it. I think she's somewhere around here
IPOAC.
too. At least she mentioned that before she clocked out.
Oh, Maddie. Okay, Maddie did wear glasses. Okay, got it. Yeah, it's been a while. I couldn't quite place it. I played that back in 2020, and I don't have a very good memory, so. IP over avian carriers. Good.
Is that why we're here?
Not at all. I adore Lena, but I'll be spending more time with her than without her for the next month. I just wanted to appreciate the fresh air before I forget what it's like.
Put a ton of plants in your bell house too. Did you know that plants help us breathe? I just learned that on TV.
Because plants are made out of oxygen, and then you eat the plants and your lungs are full of air.
I was aware, but I'm glad for you.
Oh my god!
You gotta eat the plants. You gotta. Try going 10 minutes without eating a plant. You'll suffocate. That's just how it is. I really appreciate all of these plants that have made great sacrifices so that I may live.
Plants are on the list, though. I also want to put in a reading corner with a small library for people to browse while they visit.
It's good stuff. What you do is you cater to people like me, and you fill it with picture books. Like, it could be like comics or manga, but like I'll take like Dr. Seuss or whatever too. I just need colorful pictures and like keep the words to like 20 or less per page, and I'm golden.
Regina's allowing me to set it up and decorate how I see fit, so I'm being as self-indulgent as I can.
Circle of Life. That's true. That's true. The Circle of Life was written specifically about Simba eating plants so that he would not suffocate from the lack of oxygen in his lungs.
A cafe with a library in it? That sounds perfect for you. Where would you get the books from? Juliet?
I was planning to ask her for some, yes, as well as a few from my own collection, and Lena's, and anyone else who'd like to donate. Maybe Juliet would even let us share books, so you can return them at either place.
How would you keep track of it? Would you hire someone to do it?
Well, I happen to know a certain someone who's very experienced in that position.
Name one person in this scene who has experience working in a library.
But
Oh,
no,
yeah,
we would
that's
simply have to use the honor system, like Juliet used to.
I still don't get how she doesn't worry about people stealing them. I mean, I do, but I don't.
I think it makes sense. Maybe it's even impossible to steal from a library. After all, they're meant for sharing books.
It is pretty true that, like, people probably steal from a library a decent amount. But also, like, I feel like most people are probably like, these are literally free for people to grab, so, like, why be a dick about it? Like, don't get me wrong. I have no problem with stealing from, like, rich people or whatever. Go crazy. But, like, if it's literally a service that's all about, like, you can just take this with you, just bring it back later. I feel like that kind of decentivizes the whole theft process a little bit.
If you take one home and give it to a friend instead of returning it, it still served its purpose. Or if you hold on to it for years and then only return it much later, you still returned it. That's the beauty of books. They can always wait.
Unless it's unless it's a time bomb book.
My New Year's resolution is to get through at least half of my backlog, personally.
Who finishes backlogs? That's ridiculous.
Your New Year what?
Resolution. It's like a goal that you set for yourself for the year.
No, Aim, don't do it. Don't do it. Not after I did a whole speech on it.
And then usually give up on by February, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
That sounds neat. Did you have one this year?
I did. It was to finish and hopefully release a book. It may not have come true, but I'm happy with the outcome, all the same.
I should try to think of one for next year myself. Maybe I'll try to get through half my reading backlog, too.
Do you have one of those?
Nope. So I'm doing good already.
Mathematically, that's pretty good odds of getting through the backlog.
Maybe it'll be to read 10 books. Or 100 books. I don't know what a good number to try is.
I, on average, probably finish 0.2 books a year. 100 sounds like a lot.
Probably somewhere in between. You don't have to make it about reading, though. You don't have to make one at all if you don't want to. Only if it helps motivate you.
I'll think about it. I've been thinking that I need something else to do with my life as it is.
Something else?
You're already playing a tree in a play. What more could you want?
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, the library's fine and all. But I'm not really excited about it the same way you are about the Bell House. Yesterday, I was thinking about how Juliet doesn't need me to help her. She just gave me the job as a favor, even if she said otherwise. I don't really need that favor anymore, though.
You've outgrown it.
Yeah. I have other things I can rely on.
One of them links arms with me. I want to double their speaking lines to 0. Yeah. It's not a bad goal. Make sure you get twice as much tree dialogue the next year. That's how you know you're going to make it in show business.
Always.
Not far away, there's an empty bench alongside the path, and Aspen leads us to it so we can sit down. We've been walking for almost an hour now, so a break is nice. Aspen takes off her hat and sets her purse on the ground between us, while I stretch out my legs. We're not the only ones out here enjoying the afternoon. The park's alive and bustling. Bikers, joggers, dog walkers, skaters, all dodge around each other, plus the regular pedestrians like Aspen and me. Some of the dogs even run around off their leashes, ditching the road entirely. People are playing all kinds of sports too, and I can even tell the difference between some of them by now. I'm still a bit confused on what football is, though. I get that. I even spot Lena, though she doesn't see us. Aspen pokes me in the side.
Oh, look over there! Think he's lost?
I saw a dog in an artwork. And this is a different artwork with a dog in it. So neurons are activating in my brain. Well, it's the game you play mostly with your hands, of course. Yeah, no, that's why, like, listen, I don't care if I'm American or whatever. American football needs to get a new name. Yeah, no, I saw it on the, I also saw it on the Studio Alon Twitter, too, because I think they posted it at some point as well. But I do think I've seen you post it as well, yeah. But, yeah, American football needs to change its name. If there's a football where you play it with your foot, then there shouldn't be a football where you play it predominantly by carrying a ball around. Come on. Why are you doing this to me? My brain can't handle this sort of information. It doesn't work. You just call it Super Rugby. I'm sure people will be fine with that. Call it, Uncle Sam Slam and Jam. Just something. You can figure it out. It's fine.
His owner's probably around here somewhere. Maybe he ran ahead of them.
Right? Super Rugby is a cool name. I don't think anyone should be opposed to Super Rugby. Like, they'd like it. Why not? Or, yeah, Freedom Ball. Freedom Ball is the most American name you could come up with. There you go. America Ball. Uncle Sam Slam-a-Jam sounds like a wrestling POV, though. Yeah. Uncle Sam Slam-a-Jam has to be something. That's free for anyone who wants to use that right now. See, that's weird. Yeah, like, is Freedom Ball actually a nickname for baseball? Because it's weird, because, like, that's, like, America's pastime, except it's not, which is strange. It's like, hell, for a game that's supposed to be, like, as American as it gets, I feel like it's bigger than in, like, Japan than it is over here, when you comparatively, right? Because, like, here, like, it's still probably bigger, but, like, it's a huge sport there, whereas here it's like, yeah, it's pretty big, but then you see the people watching American football, and that's, like, 10 times more popular, at least, probably, and it's just kind of like, maybe we need a little bit of a rebrand if this is, I don't know. Things that represent countries change over time, so it seems kind of odd sometimes. I think baseball is more... I don't really like watching sports so much. I've played them a few times. I don't think I've ever played baseball. Or softball, either. Probably at some point when I was little. I like the aesthetic of hitting things with baseball bats, though. Can hitting things with baseball bats be the American pastime? I like that. It's now Japan's pastime, pretty much. As American as apple pie, which is Dutch. Perfect. Uncle Sam's All Japan Slam-a-Jam. There you go. Japan, take that too. Just go for it. Go for it. You can have Uncle Sam just because you can repurpose it for your baseball events. It'll be great. Listen, they already have... They love Colonel Sanders. Might as well, right? Yeah, anime delinquent style, basically. It's a good look. The dog looks over at us, like he knows we're talking about him. There are a lot of tangents today, this is gonna go a while. He takes a couple steps towards us, sniffing the air, with his tail wagging just a little bit. Look at that derpy tongue, I love it. Are we cut off? Oh, we are cut off. I'm sorry, I just realized the game is, out of ratio a little bit. Hold on. There we go. That's better.
Oh, come here. Here, puppy.
Yo. The puppy, Aspen's right about that, slowly creeps closer towards Aspen's outstretched hand. I sit still, not wanting to spook him. He seems friendly, but cautious. Just the PNG of, like, the derpy dog scooting in is really funny. 1 step, 2 steps, he never stops sniffing. Then he runs forward, bites the handle of Aspen's purse, and takes off with it. Oh my god, he's a thief! Aspen jumps to her feet.
Hey! Stop! Come here!
Joke's on you, all your belongings are dog treats. The dog doesn't even look back as it runs away, dragging Aspen's purse with it. The contents start to spill out as they go. Second theme of this game. I mean, literally the first thing we did when we started this game was like, let's go rob a convenience store. So you're not wrong. I run after the puppy, who's going further into the park, not wasting my breath shouting. I've been running way too much these past couple months. I could transform, but I think that would probably scare him even more. Buffalo wings come from buffaloes. You can't convince me otherwise. The United States invented the banana split. Why don't we use that as a represent? That wouldn't be bad. Does anyone buy banana splits, though? The dog is... That's true, the dog is like Miho. They both steal things to survive. They can relate to one another. Now we have to steal the dog. It's the only way. We gotta go full circle on it. I hope I can just wear him out and then catch him. Glancing back, I see Aspen following behind me, gathering up everything that she can. The puppy also looks back at me every now and then, changing directions at random. The penultimate offering of ice cream. I never consider getting those because I don't think... Then again, I don't eat ice cream very often, but like... Is that something they sell in stores, or is that just kind of like a homemade thing usually? You haven't had a banana split in like 20 years or something? Yeah, like... It's very iconic, but I don't know if I've had a banana split more than once or twice ever. Even though, like, it's probably in like the top 3 images of ice cream in my head. Like, you got like the ice cream, like the sugar cone, no, the waffle cone with the scoops on it. And then you got like the banana split, which is iconic, but I just don't eat it. And then I have the Derpy Sonic the Hedgehog popsicle. If you sell ice cream, you have to offer it banana split. I think a lot of places don't do that. Like Cold Stone. There's a Cold Stone down the street from me. I don't think they have bananas. Maybe they do. I'm not sure. I'll have to check and find out. A lot of effort to make, so you probably eat it at an ice cream place. Yeah, that's a good point. An actual, like, sit-down establishment would have it. Oh, like the place... I went to an ice cream place with Frex and Button one time. They probably had it. In fact, someone might have ordered one, come to think of it. That was a cute place, huh? Minto Choco. Yeah. It's a good combo. I like, I don't do ice cream very often, but butter pecan is pretty up there. Pistachio is pretty dope, though. Don't sleep on pistachio. The US invented so many really great foods, but we use a Dutch pastry as our signature food. Yeah, that's right. Because we invented the Dutch. America, let's go. Number 1. Woo! We invented chocolate chip cookies. Oh, that's like chocolate chip cookies, like the best thing. Yeah, that should be. That should be more iconic for like the US than it is, because that's like that is the cookie. Did I read that last line? I actually don't know. Some of the other people who see us lunge for the dogs who try to... Okay. The puppy also looks back at me every now and then, changing directions at random. Some of the other people who see us lunge for the dog or try to block him off, but he dodges all of them and keeps running. A little impressed. He zigzags again, but this time it's lucky for me. He's heading straight towards Lena.
Hey, Lena!
You've been pincher maneuvered. Pincher, because it's like a crab claw. It's got prongs. Or something. She spins around to see me, and I can tell she's trying to process what's happening. The dog is closer to her than he is to me.
Catch him!
Luckily, my words get through. Lena crouches already warmed up. The puppy sees her and starts to go in a different direction, away from both of us.
Not so fast!
Lena jumps for him and flaps her wings to carry herself even farther. She crashes to the ground just in front of the dog, who scrambles over himself to try to stop and turn again.
Gotcha!
Nice. Lena's so cool. I reach them just in time to grab him by the scruff of his neck. He immediately drops Aspen's purse, like a thief who's been caught. Not that I would know. Aspen herself is slowly approaching, her arms full as she tries not to drop anything.
Not quite how I expected to end my workout today.
Thank you, Lena. You're literally a lifesaver.
You know what should be the American food? Like, if there was like one food to represent America, just to make it even more complicated, Outback Steakhouse Blooming Onion. Because that has Outback in the name. And then everyone will be like, oh yeah, Outback behind Canada is the United States of America. That's right. Dog's name should be Wilfred. I'm not like a sitcom or something? Or a play?
that means it's serious.
Literally serious right now. I am not even literally joking. I make sure Aspen's purse is safe before I let go of the puppy, who has been tossing and turning in my arms. Aspen walks up and wags a finger at him.
And as for you, hasn't anyone taught you any manners?
No. The dog walks away from us, but not very far, so we can watch instead. He reminds me a little bit of Silver. I hope he doesn't turn into a person.
I've seen that dog around before. Pretty sure he's a stray. I haven't heard of him taking anyone's stuff like that, though.
Got anything good in your purse?
Not if you're a dog. There's just...
Oh my god, dog treats, I should have known. While digging around in her now refilled purse, Aspen stops and then pulls out a smushed plastic wrapper. We've never eaten at an Outback Steakhouse because you don't trust Australians to make food without spiders in it. Oh yeah, no, a blooming onion is like 85% spiders. You're right on that one. In fact, that's the special ingredient. New Zealand does it too. The foxtail latte, it's like mostly spiders with a little espresso.
I guess there's the other half of my
Hello,
lunch that I
Lasagna,
forgot
welcome
about.
back. That's what it was the lunch. The dog wags his tail and barks in Aspen's direction, and she frowns.
This is what you were after, wasn't it? It really wasn't that good, I promise.
Bloomin' spider. Sorry, mate, mint onion. Bloomin' onion. That's the marketable name. She unwraps the remnants of a sandwich and tosses it to the dog, who gobbles it down in just a couple bites before looking at us for more. He's a stray, like Lena said. That could be the best meal he's had in days.
That's all I have.
Lena and I are both empty-handed.
What should we do with him? What if he's not a stray and someone's looking for him?
I have to look up Wilfred Brimley real quick. I need to see this comparison. Wilfred Brimley. A good face, the kind of face you take a photo of your dog. Oh, the diabetes. Oh, I can. Yeah. Okay, I can see it. I can see it for sure.
He must not be looking very hard. I've seen him a couple days in a row now.
Poor thing. He seems so friendly when he isn't running off with my things.
He's just a hungry boy. I stoop down to try to pet him and he lets me. He even licks my hand a couple times.
Maybe we can take him back to the library with us. Juliet might know what to do.
Adopt him. That's the only way. Don't know what else to do.
Well, she is known for helping strays. I'm not sure how we'd get him back there, though.
Miho.
I can carry him. He doesn't look too heavy.
Carry him?
Yeah, why not? If he'll let me pick him up, at least.
Just... please be careful.
The sequel game, please be careful.
I will.
Get ready for another 40 hours. I crouch down and approach him slowly, keeping my hand out for him to sniff. I also try to wag my own tail to help reassure him. Oh yeah, I forgot we do have a tail. I mean, we obviously have tail, but, like... I forget that we have it in the human form since we don't usually look at the human form from an angle where you see a lot of tail. Instead of running away, he just flops onto his back, asking for a belly rub. I do that with one hand while I slide the other beneath him. He's so lean that I can see his ribs. Then I scoop him up. The stray is reminding me of our stray. I heard her meowing before I started stream. I know she's fine, because, like, that cat's been getting pampered heckin' back. It's great. Like, the cat has a whole friggin' suite going on downstairs. It's got, like, a tent, and a bed, and a little homemade house, and then everyone just brings it food all the time. Kind of living it up, not gonna lie. He woofs in surprise, but doesn't try to escape. Once I get him situated, he's pretty calm. Yeah, no, I worry about the cat. I was worried about the cat, but I'm not as worried about the cat now because I realize like half the people in the building are like in love with that cat. So it's like, yeah, no, that cat's gonna be all right.
That wasn't so bad.
Both Aspen and Lena crowd in to pet him now that he can't get away. He sits there and takes it all in stride. Village effort, yeah, exactly.
Okay, he's not that heavy, but let's get going anyway.
All right, I'll text Juliet so that she isn't totally blindsided when we get there. See you tomorrow, Lena.
Later, boss! Later, mijo! Oh, later, puppy!
Still leaning against my shoulder, the dog doesn't mind when Aspen moves his paw to wave goodbye to Lena. Cute. Although the dog starts to squirm at some point, I manage to carry him all the way home. He sheds and definitely smells like a stray dog, but I don't mind it too much. He can't help it after all. Aspen also holds him a couple times. For some reason, he's more antsy with her than with me, so her turns don't last as long. I mean, we're basically a dog, so, you know, that's fair. When we arrive at the library, Juliet's waiting just inside.
Oh my, isn't he precious?
The puppy thumps his tail against my chest as Juliet comes over to pet him. People just can't stop themselves from doing that, I guess. You're in the Wilfred Brimley Quaker Oats rabbit hole. Oh, jeez.
Let's take him upstairs.
I don't want to help. That sounds like a really eventful rabbit hole. I don't want to set him down here with the last few library patrons and all the books. Other than his initial chase, he's been pretty calm, but that could change once he's recharged. We all go to my room where I finally put the dog on the floor. He starts sniffing around immediately, although there isn't that much to sniff. I watch for any signs of trouble, but he's good.
I like him a lot more when he isn't robbing me.
He just didn't know how to ask politely.
There's a half-full glass of water on my desk, and I set it down on the ground so the dog can drink some. He slurps up as much as he can, the glass too big for his tongue to reach all of it.
I'll go fetch a bowl of water and see if we have anything that would be safe for him to eat. And then we can talk about what to do with him.
Aspen sits down on my bed, but I sit on the floor and the dog walks over to sniff me.
Seems he's already taken a liking to you.
His fur is stiff and coarse and he's bony. He can't be that old, which makes me think he must have spent most of his short life as a stray. Juliet returns soon, setting the water and also a bowl with some banana slices, bread, and a slice of cheese.
It's not the healthiest meal, but it should keep his belly full for a little bit.
Got a bunch of stuff in it. That's balanced. The dog digs in like he didn't just eat half a sandwich earlier. The bowl slides across the floor from the force of his munching, and he smacks his lips while he tries to chew the banana.
Is it okay if he stays here for a while? I'll take care of him.
He stayed here forever.
Even if it's just until we find his real owner.
We did
If
not.
he has one.
There wasn't one.
I don't want...
Oh, heavens!
Oh, shoot.
I wouldn't dream of just tossing him
Gotta
back
have
out
myself.
on the street. But taking care of a pet, even for a couple of days, is a lot of work. Are you sure?
I'm sure. Whatever it is, I'll do it.
I've only had this puppy around for a couple hours, but if anything happened to him or myself, I'd kill everyone in this room. Is that how the quote goes? Something like that. But I already know that I don't want anything bad to happen to him. Oh, if anything happens to him, I'd kill everyone in this room and then myself. That's right. I mixed up the words a little bit. Scrounging for food, stealing, not having anywhere to go back to, they're all things I can relate to.
I don't see why not, then. I'll keep an eye out as well for anyone who may be searching for a lost dog like him.
There's a meme template for anybody who wants to do it, though. Miho and this dog, and Brooklyn 99 dog meme .png. Go.
Thanks. I don't think he has any people, though. I think he's all on his own.
You may be right. Still, we should do our best to make sure.
Right. I'll look out for any posters or missing signs.
After he finishes his meal, the dog flops down by me. He stares at me but doesn't move, instead fighting to keep his eyes open. Now that he's eaten more, he does seem totally exhausted.
He must be in doggy paradise right now after spending a few days in the park. I know I sure would be.
I look up at Juliet, smiling.
Yeah. I think he'll like staying here.
It's the dog portrait just flying around kills me. When I wake up, the dog is already awake and staring at me from the floor, ready to go. The two of us go downstairs and join Juliet for breakfast, where she's prepared another bowl of fruit and bread for the dog. He eats it, but even if he's only going to be here for a couple days, he'll need more than people food.
I think I'm gonna go buy some dog food for him. I can get that at most stores, right?
Yeah, just go to the Most store. They're selling it right now. They just use the same dog. It's amazing. Because then you also have, like, everyone else just, like... There is, like, a level of animation to all of the other characters. They blink and they'll move their arms and stuff. And then there's just, like... Heroes are still of a dog. And it's amazing. It kind of brings me back to when I was playing, Dog.jpg. Yeah, pretty much. This is the sequel to the, Ace Combat dog. It reminds me when I was playing Voice of Cards. Like, that entire game was just, like, cards. So everyone just had their one PNG, but they would bounce it around the screen all the time, and it was just, like, it's so goofy. But it's even dumber in this context, and I love it.
Yes, it shouldn't be difficult to find.
I check my wallet. I have plenty of money, since Juliet pays me for my library work, but there's hardly ever anything I need to buy myself. This will be as good a use as any.
Do you mind watching him while I go?
To be fair, if it's floating dog PNG, be realistic, I wouldn't see the dog if it was placed the same. Oh, you know, for sure. For sure, it makes sense that, like, this is the way to get the dog in the picture. But you know they were having fun with this dog PNG, too. Like, it's fun. It's just goofy.
Not at all.
Thanks!
Because, yeah, then they would have to have, like, a super zoomed out shot of everybody if it was actually a regular model like the rest of them. Which is not cinematically great. I kneel down and pet the dog's head. I've already learned one of his favorite spots, right at the base of his ears, and give him a good scratch.
Okay, stay here with Juliet, alright?
I really am turning into Aspen with how much I talk to the dog. Although he stays put for a moment, he follows me to the front door before I can leave. I gently push him back with my foot.
No, you can't come with me.
The dog paws at my leg, looking at me expectantly. Once more, I let him outside to relieve himself, but even after he finishes that, he won't go back into the library without me.
You're not gonna take no for an answer, are you?
Also, if anyone's not familiar with the Ace Combat dog, you should look it up. Because that game also just has a PNG of a dog that they use, and everything else is a 3D model. And it's kind of great to just always see that one shot of the dog. I think it was like a dog of somebody on staff, but it's really good. Ace Combat dog is great. He stays near me, sometimes going off the path to sniff something, but he always returns. Each time he starts to walk away, I feel a tinge of worry that he won't come back. The But that possibility is just something that I have to accept. Even if some details of my past have gotten hazy for me, I can still clearly remember how it feels to need to run and escape. If the dog decides that what he needs to do, then it's not my place to stop him. Still, I'm relieved every time he stops sniffing and returns to my side. Eventually, we get into town and I find a pet store. There's a sign on the window saying that dogs are allowed inside, which is what I was hoping for. That's the best, because then they can, you don't want them to actually chew on the toys, obviously, you can't do that, but, you can, have them pick out their own toys and be like, which of these treats do you want? And then they go for one, and you're like, yeah, that's the one. Okay, cool, got it, thank you. Shopping with dogs is great. I wander around until I find the dog food section. They really are too good. They're better than people. Honestly. We should just, eject all of the people from society and just live in the ocean, and then the dogs can just have our stuff. Honestly, it's only fair. There are more choices here than I thought. Big bags, small bags, red bags, blue bags, some the size of your head. Not sure which one to pick. The dog sniffs each of them in turn. I watch to see if one gets his interest more than the other. See, that's the beauty of shopping with the dog. But it doesn't seem like he's picky. I try to find which one has the most similar looking dog on the front.
Guess I'll go with this one.
On the way to the front, the dog veers off down another aisle and I follow behind to see what's gotten his attention. Of course it's the toy aisle. Just like in the food section, there are dozens on display. He sniffs them all even more furiously than the kibble. Yo, squeakers! There's a small basket of plastic toys on the ground and he pulls one out with his mouth. It looks like a cartoon squirrel and its tail squeaks when he bites it. And if you're lucky, it's a dog who plays with squeaky toys without trying to remove the squeaky toy from the shredded pile of toy that is all over the floor now. Because I've dealt with both. Some will just enjoy having a toy, and others will be like, I will dissect this thing until a squeaker comes out. So help me, dog. Squeak, squeak. I reach for the toy, but he hops away and then crouches down, tail still going, daring me to try to take it again. I do, but he instantly jumps out to reach once more, shaking and squeaking the toy again, too.
Okay, you can keep it. But come on, I gotta pay.
I miss being around dogs. I miss dogs so much. I need to touch a dog right now. I just need to pat its stupid little head and be like, hey you, I love you. And then it drools on me and I'm like, you're adorable, and now you drooled on me and I'm gonna have to clean that off, but look at you. Dogs are great. It's been a long time since I've stolen anything. Now that I can actually pay for things, I can't see myself stealing again. I feel kind of guilty about things I took in the past, but I only ever did what I had to do in order to survive. Never feel guilty about stealing for basic survival. There are rich people out there who fucking suck. Take things if you need them. Easily top 5 animal, for sure. Once I had support from others in my life, and the help I needed to get my feet on the ground, stealing stopped being something I felt like I had to do. At the counter, I used 2 fingers to hold the slobbery toy so the cashier can scan it, before returning it to the dog. I tuck the bag of food under my one arm, and then we start walking home. We reach a crosswalk, arriving right as the light changes to send traffic across our path. I come to a halt while I wait, switching which arm I use to carry the bag, since it's getting sore. But the puppy doesn't stop with me. Instead, he doesn't even look back as he runs out into the road, eager to get back to the library. Our horn blares as it barrels towards us down the road, too close to be able to brake in time. I feel like I'm moving in slow motion as I drop the bag of food and dash out into the road, despite knowing how dumb that is. I grab the dog as I sprint by, barely hauling ourselves out of the way of the passing car. The driver understandably gives me a rude gesture as he goes by. The dog, meanwhile, looks at me as if he's offended by the rough treatment, with my hand still holding him tightly. Okay, dog's fine, though. I was, okay.
You dummy! You could have died right there!
Drink some water. That could have been a premature end to a stream, and it wasn't, so we're good. We are good. Shout out to Wolves for wanting a little treat and 100,000 years later becoming our best friend. Yeah, pretty much. The dog, meanwhile, looks at me as if offended. Okay, got that part. The squirrel toy in his mouth squeaks as he squirms in my grasp. Can't believe they share the same channel as me. That's crazy. It's an honor to share a channel with 100,000-year-old wolves. If I had been just one step farther away, I would have been too late to rescue the dog. I probably would have gotten myself hit for my troubles, too. Behind us and across the street, the bag of food lies on its side, some kibble strewn across the ground from a spot where it tore when I dropped it. Whether the dog wants to run away or stay with me is up to him, but I can't just let him get himself hurt or worse. I only have one choice. I hoist the dog up and hold him with one arm, just like the dog food bag that I go back and retrieve before we start walking again. He doesn't squirm as much as he did yesterday, which helps a lot. But still, by the time we make it back to the library, both my arms feel like they're ready to fall off. When I set the dog down, he strolls up to the library door as if nothing happened, waiting for me to let him in. I guess in his mind, maybe nothing did happen. He's got no clue how lucky he was. A long time ago, Juliet said that sometimes your best is all you can do. That goes for puppies, too. If I had been born a city dog instead of a fox, I doubt I'd be much different either. Still, I have to think it's a miracle that any dog makes it to adulthood, especially strays like him. This seems like a decent pausing point. We're nearing 2 hours, and I'm thinking it might be a good place to take like a 5-minute intermission. I think. Yeah, let's do that. Roughly 5 to 10, somewhere in that range. We'll take a brief break, and when we get back, we will play the rest of the video game. But I will see you all shortly. Don't forget to hydrate yourself. And if you have like a dog or a cat around, go give them pets and feed them an entire bag of food. Don't do that. That's too much food. Feed them a snack if you have them. All right. Yeah, you go get a drink. Do it. Go pet your cat, too. Do it. All right. Back soon. Goodbye. Hugging the plushies works, too. That's a placeholder. If you don't have the animals around to pet, plushies will do. Okay. Well, we're back. Hello. I don't know how long it's been. It's been like 5 or 6 minutes, right? Something like that. We're back, though. Hi. Hello. Hug the plushies. Feed yourself a snack. Good, good. Yeah, pat the blahage. I was gonna water my plants and I forgot, so I completely failed my break. That's okay. I drank water. That was something. And thank you. Yeah, it's a redo of an old model, but my hair is longer now, so it was clipping into the skirt, and so I have tails now. And I spent like 6 hours making them, and it's dumb, but I love it. It still needs to be adjusted a tiny bit because of some extra clipping I'm still trying to get rid of. I hate clipping. Clipping's the worst. But we're almost there. We're almost there. Thank you. I wasn't going for a Miku look, but because I was trying to keep the old color, and the old color was blue, and now it's tails, twin tails, it kind of ended up being a Miku look. But that's okay, because Miku's cool. We like Miku in this house. Oi, oi! And welcome back, everyone. Around 7, that's between 5 and 10. I'll take it. I watered myself, that's true. I will remember to water the plants later, though. I forgot to water them for like a month recently, and I was like, oh god, I forgot to water them for a month. And then I watered them once, and the cactus started blooming. So, I never know. I'm bad at taking care of plants. I have a cactus and a leafy thing. And, I never know what the right amount to water them is. So I just water them when I remember, which is a couple weeks or like a month. Or 2 months. Or 3 days, because I can't remember that I watered something 3 days ago. But they're alive still, so that's something. Never managed to keep a plant alive for more than a month. It's hard. Plants are hard to do. Is your room smoking? No, it's fine. Really, thank you. The plants are so good, why haven't they made plants 2 yet? I mean, I have 2 plants. Just saying. 2 fort. Team Fortress 2. 2 fort. 2 plants. Two plants. An empty soda can sitting next to them. And a pizza place. It was a sitcom in the early 2000s. Twofold. Relevant to the game company. Not this game, but the game company. Nice. Connections. They're everywhere. Speaking of everywhere, let's go somewhere that's not here. Nailed it. Best transition I've ever done. We love plants. Oh yeah, you grow a lot of plants, don't you, Larry? Right. I love my plants very much. The cactus is named Callie the cactus, named because it is an alliteration, and also because reasons. Don't worry about it. And the other plant that I always forget what it actually is named Piccolo, because chat named it Piccolo. So we got Callie and Piccolo are my 2 plants in my window. The lemon tree is 3 years old. Got about 10 little bitches in here. Nice. It's a lot to manage, but I'm sure you're doing a good job with it. Pizza Plants, Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, Vera is among us. Good. Yeah, there you go. Connected all the dots. I am the imposter. Now you know. Please don't vote me off my own stream. Those are great plant names. Thank you. Well, Cali Cactus was like a little... I feel like that's pretty expected. But whatever. It's fine. And Piccolo at chat is weird. And I just let them have that one. Might be wrong, but you think there might be some plants in Please Be Happy. There might be. Well, the cafe. The cafe has plants. The cafe itself has plants. And then you eat them to supply your oxygen. Yay for plants. When it's finally time for my meeting, Juliet helps me get set up on her computer and then lets me take it to my room. Oh, we're meeting with the ancestor of I forgot their name already. I always space on it. The traveler from our youth. Zhang-In, right? Yeah, Zhang-In. You like that you can just have a tiny tree. It's not even very illegal or anything. That is cool. I like that. Also, you said lemon tree? Lemons are great. I love... Does anybody else take lemons off of lemon trees and and then wash the lemon, and then put the lemon in a blender, and then drink the lemon. Because I think that's a good thing to do. I do that. Because like the peel's got all the protein, and then it's like a smoothie, but instead of a smoothie, it's just the lemon. You blend it up in a cup. No? Okay, maybe that's just me then. Just try it. It's worth it. It's a good idea. Before you have no lemon tree, that would get in the way a little bit. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I mean, you could also like add sugar or something to it too, but like it makes it so you can eat the entirety of the lemon and get like all of the lemon consumed, and that's neat. You worked somewhere where you did that? Nice. Sounds like it would make your blender dirty. I mean, everything makes your blender dirty. That's life. Wake up, blender gets dirty. Go to work, blender gets dirty. Take a nap, blender gets dirty. Drink water, blender gets dirty. Use your blender, blender gets dirty. Go to town, blender gets dirty. Pet a dog, blender gets dirty. You can't stop it. It's gonna happen no matter what. If you stop sleeping in your blender, wait, where do other people sleep? What the hell? I'm gonna have to figure this one out later. Let's have our meeting. You made it a solid 8 years with your blender being absolutely spotless. How much do you use your blender? I don't have a blender. Spoilers. I used to have a blender. I don't anymore though. Now I just have a tea kettle, a Chemex, which is used for making coffee, an espresso machine, which is used for making coffee, coffee, which is used for making coffee. The steam kettle is also used for making coffee. And a toaster, which you do not make coffee in, typically speaking. But yeah, I don't have a blender anymore. I used to. If I had a blender, I'd probably make something other than coffee once or twice. You never use your blender. You must keep it in pristine condition for resale purposes. That's the reason to own a blender, so you can sell it later. That makes sense. I adjust the screen until I can see it properly, and then I wait. That's a good incoming call sound. My nervousness keeps building until I nearly jump when the call finally comes through. As the ringtone plays, I take a deep breath and then hit accept. You find it worrying that you're sitting at your computer desk and looking over at your kitchen gadgets. Oh, I'm in a studio. I live in a studio. Yeah. No, I live in the heart of downtown where I live in the Bay Area here. And you pay a small fortune to have a one room. The bathroom is separate, everything else is one thing. No, the bathroom is a separate room. I knew that question was coming. The bathroom is a separate room, everything else is one room. Bathroom separate, everything else the same. Kind of live in a studio? Yeah, you know how it goes. My nervousness keeps building until I nearly jump when the call finally comes through. As the ringtone plays, I take a deep breath and then hit accept. Yo! We haven't met her yet. I don't know. I was just saying yo because it's a new character. Living room, kitchen, and dining room are the only places you use. But are they separate places or are they the same place? Is it just like an open floor plan? I mean, an open floor plan is kind of like a studio, I suppose, if it's just you don't have doorways. I think if you have a door frame, it would still count as a separate room. But if there's just like a big hole from floor to ceiling, then I think you're kind of in the clear for calling it one room. They all connected. Well, there you go. Yeah, I have my room is an L Tetris piece. Kinda. That's not even right. That's not even. It's like a square with a little jut in the side. Like the kitchen kinda tucks into a wall. It's very tight in here. I may do though. This is California. We're talking about the bathroom. It's just the sidewalk after all. That's true. No, that's the other side of the Bay Area. And it's because the difference, you know what the difference is? On this side of the Bay Area, at least where I live, all of the businesses around here like let people come in and just use the bathrooms. And like there's a large homeless population, but they can actually actively use restrooms. Whereas I have noticed in the past places in San Francisco where there are just no public access to restrooms. And it's like, yeah, what do you expect to happen when you don't let people use the restroom? Just because someone doesn't have a home doesn't mean they don't need to still have bodily functions that work. And I don't know why it's like so much worse on that side of the bay than it is on this side of the bay. But that's not an issue we have on this side of the bay, which is I'm very thankful for. But also it's like, yeah, just let people use the bathroom. It'll be okay. Until they do all the fentanyl and orgies and yeah, but you know, that can happen with anybody though. I mean, I've had that stuff happen at establishments I worked at that also didn't let people come in off the street, where you had to get a key from the counter with an order. And we still had like weird shit go down in the bathroom. Someone will just come in and buy a coffee, and then they will shove drugs down your toilet, and everything will explode. And it was already nasty in there, but now you have like an overflown nasty bathroom that also has like crack in the toilet, and you're like, what the hell's going on in my life? Anyway, same time, just make the whole bathroom stainless steel and put in a floor drain and just press. That's not a bad idea. I mean, honestly, like there's a lot of places in Europe where like that's just like home bathrooms are like that, where it's just like the room is basically a shower with a sink and a toilet in it. Like it's not a bad thing for cleaning. Okay, the tiny person-shaped bubble on the notification dissolves, and for a second there's just a black screen. Then a woman appears. When the image comes into focus, she's squinting at the screen, probably waiting just like me. But then she smiles and waves as she's able to see me.
Hello!
Hello!
Hi, I'm Miho. Nice to meet you. Thanks for talking to me.
I'm Minsa. No problem.
I think like this conversation benefits heavily from the fact that we live in a world where like magic is an established thing that exists in the world. Because the whole conversation of like, I knew your ancestor. Don't mind the fact that I look like I'm 20 years old. I'm actually like 600. How's it going? Let me tell you about your great-grandpa or something. Or great-grandparent. Worked in the kitchen that was like that. We just pulled the appliances away from the wall and had 2 pressure washers stream yeah, no, that's a great way to do it. It's fantastic for cleaning. I worked in dog cleaning. I did dog bathing for like a salon at one point in time. And having half your place just full of drains means just bring a pressure washer in there and just spray everything, and it makes what could be hours of work like 20 minutes. It's awesome.
Gotta say, I was shocked when I got your friend's email at first. I thought it was gonna turn out to be some kind of scam, and eventually she'd ask for money.
Have that in the bathrooms and food prep areas. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think that's reasonable. Like for sanitation, because a lot of people cut corners on sanitation stuff when they shouldn't anyway. Just make it even harder to cut corners because it's so easy to do the job. That's the thing, you make things easy and people will do things. Right? So just design things smarter, and then you can just like skip the people who want to not do their job. Because it's like, well, it's gonna take me 5 minutes, so I might as well do it. Spray it all real quick.
I'm still a bit confused though. So you were friends with my ancestor?
Uh-huh.
Sort of. I met them when I was really young. I was just a regular fox back then.
They gave me treats.
Wait. A fox, like with 4 legs and pointy ears?
Like the ears I have right now.
Yeah. After I met Jongin, I turned into the person I am today.
Whoa. So that was a long time ago, huh? But you look even younger than me. Oh, that's just not fair.
I love when I say things in this game, and then the very next conversation, like the very things I say come out. It's great. I'm a psychic. That's how oil rigs are set up. Or everything is just diamond plates. You can literally... That makes sense. I mean, you're dealing with limited space and busy people, so yeah. No, it's efficient design.
Trust me, it has its downsides.
Both of us laugh, and I can't help but be relieved that she already feels easy to talk to.
That explains a lot, at least. So, Jongin, you're the second person to ask me about them this year, you know? That's 2 times more than most years.
Who was the first?
These guys at some archaeological society who are putting on an exhibition. They wanted permission to display some of their old works.
That was in Wellington.
Are you the only family they have?
Potentially, it could have been a different one.
The only one who can use a computer, at least. The only reason I know any of the history is because I had to. Should I tell you everything I know and then you can ask me any questions? No promises if I'll be able to answer them, though.
Sure, that works for me.
Let's see. Well, I'm not related to them by blood, for one thing. They didn't have any kids of their own.
It would have been really nice if what she had to say was, well, the only thing I know is the recipe for the treats they used to give foxes. So if that information is helpful to you, that'd be really convenient. I'd like that.
But they got married and they and their wife adopted several children. I'm related to one of those kids.
Nice.
They were part of the young bun class, a noble and a scholar. But rather than be stuck at home suffering through court life, they hid their identity and snuck away to travel the world instead.
I missed the pronunciation of this name. Jongin invented Google.com. That's a pretty good resume for someone hundreds of years ago, gotta say. I missed the pronunciation. Minseo speaks with the practiced tone like she's given the speech a few times. Still, I listen with rapt attention, memorizing every detail.
They spent years on the go, seeing everything they could, before finally coming back home to Korea to settle down and start a family. While they were away, they kept a journal and wrote letters back to their beloved. Although calligraphy was something they were taught from a young age, they began practicing as an artist during their travels. Sometimes, the letters they sent would include paintings of the things they'd seen, or they'd include little drawings in their journal. Something else that they started to do was give a note to the people they met on their journey, with a little message of appreciation or wishes.
Please be happy. Please be happy. Remember the note I mentioned earlier, or you saw if you were here previously? Please be happy note, the one we've been carrying around all these years.
My husband always says they remind him of fortune cookies.
Oh, I actually have one of those scrolls myself.
It's the notes. I brought my scroll down from my room just in case it came up like this. I unfurl it for the first time since Halloween. I invented NFTs. It's crazy how NFTs predated all other computer technology, but it was a real moment in history. We don't talk about that moment too much. Congrats on first, Captain Stump. You did it. You beat everyone else to it. Good work. Calculated them by hand, yeah. It wasn't the electricity you had to worry about. The power consumption, it was literal manpower. Like, people spent years counting on those things. It's crazy. Please be happy. Still an issue, but it evolved with the invention of computer technology. I turn the scroll around and hold it up to the camera so Minsa can see. She leans in again, looking close.
Yeah, that's definitely theirs, all right. And they gave it to you when you were just a fox?
Yeah, Yeah. Although, I couldn't read it until a couple months ago.
God, it's so hard to read their handwriting, right? I'm like, if they were born today, they totally would have been a doctor.
No, I'm illiterate.
I have a few of them myself, although they're up in the office. Grandma has like 90. She says she has one for every year she's been alive, and I definitely believe that.
I mean, listen. We were interacting with Silver last stream, and Silver, like, who tries to avoid human society as much as she can, was just like, oh yeah, please be happy. It's like... She just, like, learned it through osmosis. Meanwhile, we managed to keep our head nice and clean for 500 years. No thoughts, only snacks.
Jeez, that's a lot. How many did they give out altogether?
Who knows? If someone told me it was thousands, I'd believe them. I don't know if they gave one to every person they met, but it must have been close.
I'm the only one who got snacks, so 8.
Huh. I thought mine must be pretty rare.
It's still special. However many there were, I'm sure most haven't lasted this long. Not everyone got a full scroll either. But, no. They're not some priceless artifacts that'll sell for a ton of money or something.
Was Silver a villain? I didn't think Silver was a villain. I actually don't know, though. I thought Silver was just like Trunks or something.
Otherwise, I'd be talking to you from my mansion by the beach.
That's fine. I'd never sell mine anyway. It's way too important to me.
Yeah, I figured. I'm sure it wasn't easy to keep it safe and in such good condition.
I mean, I don't even know anything to talk about on 06. I'm the kind of diehard Sonic fan who hasn't played more than half of the games. Again, the best game was the anime they made, like, in the 90s.
That's for sure. We've been through a lot together.
That's good. I'm sure that's what they would have wanted.
For a while, Minsa tells me more about Jong-Yin's adventures. Even though it's hard for me to picture some of the people and places involved, I still pay close attention. Then, all of a sudden, Minsa's eyes go wide, like she has some huge revelation.
Oh, I'm an idiot! Hold on, I'll be right back. I have to show you.
Show me! She gets up and runs off screen, leaving me with a view of an empty chair and a bookshelf. Instead, I look down at my scroll. Somehow, I'd always assumed it was one of a kind, or at least something rare and meaningful. Still meaningful. But a yearly tradition where they play Sonic 06 on January 1st to let their community know that there are much better games than Sonic 06 coming up that year. I think you could set the bar even lower, honestly. But it's not a bad idea. Just start the year out on a terrible game. I think I could get behind that. Box drawing? Ooh, that'd be funny. Somehow I'd always assumed it was one of a kind, or at least something rare and meaningful. But somehow, finding out that isn't the case doesn't really bother me. It's still special. Instead, it's nice to think that they met so many people to be grateful to, or who left an impact on them. If there were thousands of scrolls like mine out there, then that's not a bad thing at all. After a few seconds, Minsa returns to the computer and sits down, carrying a scroll herself.
This is one that I had in the office. I can't believe I didn't think about this sooner. Sometimes they'd include a butterfly in their signature or hide one in their paintings because they said they were inspired by butterflies to travel with the wind. But then, at some point, instead of butterflies, they started to include something else instead. Can you see her?
She holds the scroll up to her camera like I did, focused on one of the bottom corners. It's a fox! It's a fox! It's Miho! I mean, it could be another fox, but no, it's Miho! There, just below where they signed their name, is a little picture of a fox. Of me?
I should have thought of it when you mentioned foxes earlier. At one point, they started using the alias Horim for their work. I don't know if you speak any Korean, but Horim means fox forest. After they started using that name, foxes would show up in their art for the rest of their life.
I think I don't know Korean. I am Korean. I don't know any. I have not learned a word. Sorry. The drawing consists of just a few brush strokes that make a head and ears and face. Still, it feels like seeing a photograph of myself. I can picture them smiling as they drew it, as they thought of me. I'd always wondered if our time together was as important to them as it was to me. Hearing that they chose that name practically confirms it.
Thanks for showing me.
I can feel the threat of tears, but somehow I managed to keep my composure.
No problem. Grandma's gonna freak out when I tell her I talked to you. I've told you basically all I know, but were there any questions you had?
Yeah, I did have one. I'm a little afraid to know, but...
I take a deep breath. They were human, so my question was only natural, but still. Exhaling, I make myself ask.
How'd they die?
Is that a natural question for people? Not to be weirdly heavy all of a sudden, but, I lost someone who I used to be very, very close to a couple years back, who I had fallen out of touch with for a couple years. And I did not want to know at all how they died. That's just, it was a weird question for me, and it seems like that's a question a lot of people ask, but I just don't. I just like remembering them as they were. And I guess that just puts like a weird little spin on the memories, to know that information. It was an appropriate place, but fairly normal, you think? Okay. Yeah, it wasn't normal for me when it came up. But this was also like someone who was young too, so it's like, I think that makes it different too. Like if it's old, it's nice to know if like, I mean, even if they're old, I'd kind of just want to assume that they like, you know, passed in their sleep and it was like not a big thing. Ah, thanks. It messed me up for a while, but it's been a few years since then, so I'm in a better place about it. But yeah, it's just like, yeah, I don't know. That's always been a weird question to me. And I've had people be like, oh, how did they go? It's like, I don't know. I didn't want to ask. I don't need that information. I always wonder if they're out by somebody dropping a moose for dinner. I mean, if it was some insane thing that happened, you'd probably end up hearing about it whether you asked or not. And I feel like if you're not hearing about it, it's probably not some insane thing, but it could be something very sad or very tragic. In fact, if they're dying young, it's gonna be something tragic. So it's like, I remember hanging out. I'm gonna think about hanging out and how fun that was instead. Anyway, sorry to be heavy. Just... Minsa smiles.
Old and peacefully. Their wife outlived them, but not by too long.
See, that's I would just want to assume that, provided that's something you can assume, but...
They had the typical funeral that was expected when they passed away, but then they actually had one final secret request to their family. They wanted to be cremated. Back then, it was basically unheard of, especially for someone of their stature. But they really wanted it to be done so that they could have their ashes scattered. That way, the wind could pick them up, and they could keep traveling forever.
So then... it sounds like they were happy.
Oh yeah. They told their kids that they had no regrets, because they'd live as full and rewarding a life as they could.
But yeah, that's the thing, but if it was some sort of crazy thing like that, that information's gonna find its way to you anyway. I feel like if it is like one of those like normal, unfortunate things that happens, like a car accident or something, you probably wouldn't end up, I mean, you might end up hearing about it, or you might not, but if it was actually something like drastic like that, you're probably gonna end up hearing about it whether you ask about it or not. I'm afraid that if I try to say too much, I'll start to cry. So I just nod instead while I find my voice.
I'm glad to know that.
Of course, of course. It's only right that you know, considering how many foxes showed up in their work.
I think Mensa can tell that I'm having a tough time holding it together, because her voice takes on a more sympathetic tone.
Was there anything else you wanted to know?
I don't think so. You told me everything I wanted to ask. I only found out their name a couple months ago. Until then, I just thought of them as my person in my head. So, really, I've learned a lot more than I could have hoped for.
Aww, well, I'm happy to help. Your friend has my contact info, so you can message me anytime if you think of anything else. I guess, if you think about it, you and I are kind of like family, right?
Hey, we got family.
Since it sounds like they raised you just as much as they raised their kids. Like my great, whatever.
Really?
This is another person we can Zoom call. He laughs. In fact, this would be one of the weirdest people to fall out of touch with, because there was this whole like build-up of trying to get this meeting scheduled, and then she'll just keep being like, "Oh wait, was that meeting today? Oh no, it was yesterday. Oh shoot, did I miss the meeting?" And then she'll get in touch with Julia and be like, "Oh, I didn't miss the meeting. I just forgot about it. Wait, did I miss the meeting?" Like that'd be confusing. Just because there was like such a long period of waiting for this phone call. Because Juliet's been trying to set this up for a while.
Sure, why not? The more the merrier, right? I think that's how they would have seen it too.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Family. I may have a girlfriend, but family is something new to me. Silver called us sisters, but just barely. It makes my heart warm.
No problem. I'm sure we'll talk again, so I won't say goodbye. Instead, how about see you later?
51st times of missing that one meeting 2 years ago? That's what I'm saying.
I'd like that. Although, there's just one thing.
What's that?
I explain my magic and how everyone forgets me after a day. Nodding sympathetically, Mensa agrees to join my list of people who check in with me every day. I'm glad she's so understanding, but it's just another reminder that I need to find a better, more permanent solution for people forgetting me. Like Kim. That dude doesn't remember shit about me. I think Kim is the only person we haven't actually kept contact with. Because at this point, we've pretty much been in touch with everyone else. Oh, the kids. The kids who were traveling on a trip. They don't remember either. Them and Kim. The second our call ends, I let out the sob I was holding back. I thought I was done crying over Jung-in, but apparently not. Except this time, it's the good kind of crying. Yeah, you got, like, validation. Validation and, like, you didn't find them, but you still got that connection. Which is really cool. And you made family in the process, that's pretty sick. After all my searching and even after their death, I finally got the answer to the question my heart wanted to know. They cared about me too. I try to imagine what their home must have been like. Their wife, their kids. I'm sure they were all smiles. Still, it's difficult for me to imagine how they looked. Instead, I can picture them, traveling, just like when we met, going from place to place freely, wherever the wind took them. Just like me, really. Someday, I'd like to return to some of these places that I've been before, and see them properly, instead of just blindly searching for one person and ignoring everything else. I'd like to visit them with some of the same wonder that young Ian felt. More than anything, I wish I could tell them about what I've experienced and learned on this path they sent me down. Even though I can't, there's one thing that I can say now for sure. They would have been proud of me. A few minutes later, I'm still trying to pull myself together when the dog comes up to me and paws at my leg insistently. I can't help but smile. I love that face so much. And now I can't not see the diabetes commercial. Whatever I'm going through doesn't matter to him at all. He just wants to eat or go outside, of course. My life and tears don't really make a difference to him one way or another. And really, that helps keep me grounded. I'm glad to have some closure when it comes to Jong-in, and to know that they were just the kind of person I imagined them to be. While their kindness and memory will never stop being special to me, I finally feel like I can say they're in the past. Time passed quicker than I could have ever imagined, but it still passed. It moved on, and now I need to too. After wiping my eyes and blowing my nose, I stand up and the dog spins in an excited circle as I reach for the door. He runs right for the kitchen, stopping right outside the cabinet where I stored his food. His nose quivers and he huffs like a pig as he waits for me to catch up. My Loki would always do stuff like that. She would just snort and huff like a pig, and then she would tap dance. And just trot her back and forth on all 4 feet. Diabetes. Good announcement, thank you.
Didn't take you long to get used to this, did it?
He barks at me just a single short yap, but I can imagine him telling me to hurry up.
Alright. Give me a second.
I grab a clean bowl from the cupboard and scoop him out some dinner. As the kibble clatters into the dish, he excitedly prances about, getting his snout into the bowl before it's even on the floor. His tail wags as he chows down, inhaling half his meal without even chewing. I reach towards him, but he growls at me with a mouthful of dog food.
Chill, I'm not taking it. I'd pour my own bowl if I wanted some.
I pour my own bowl of dog food and proceed to eat it.
Besides, I don't think I could stand the taste anymore.
It wasn't very good. Still, I keep my distance, just so I don't spook him. Finally, after he's done, he leaves the kitchen and heads right back up towards my room. Can't help thinking about that dog food. Maybe I'll go back and eat a little bit more. He's gotten comfortable here much faster than I did. I wonder if it feels like home yet. After taking yesterday off, I sit down at the library desk with the dog for the first time. He does his usual pacing and sniffing, since this is the first time he's really explored this area. I keep an eye on him while I start on the day's tasks, but he just flops on the floor near my feet and dozes. Dogs have to sleep 12 hours out of the day. They gotta get their Z's in. It's very important. And then the other 14 hours they eat food. It's a tough life, honestly. Eventually the first person who needs help comes up to the desk carrying a couple books with them.
Hi there, I'd like to... Oh my god!
The sound of a new voice gets the puppy to stand up, and the lady across from me melts when she sees him.
He's adorable. Can I pet him?
Sure.
It's not really up to me. If he doesn't want to be pet, he'll just walk away. The next person to show up does more or less the same thing, and the person after them too. As the day gets later, the library gets busier. At least half the people who came in asked to pet the dog. I'm pretty sure some of the help requests I get are just excuses to come see him. He handles it all pretty well, though, even leaving my side to go explore and visit with folks instead. And visit with folks himself. Wow! You have a face! Did you know you have a face? I can see your face. You're not covering it up. You don't have a mask on. You're not wearing a mask. I can see you. You're here in my house. You were in the library house in which I live. Hello. A little bit later, after lunchtime, the front door opens slowly. I look up from the form I'm working on to see one of the last people I expected. This is the first time we've seen her in, like, casual clothes inside of a place, just not being dramatic. She's munted? I don't know what that means. The irresistible urge to go, who's that good puppy, when meeting any dog of any... Pretty much. They're all puppies. Well, when you think about it, even if it's an old dog, like, a full-grown dog has the intelligence of a baby, basically. So, you know, it's still basic. If you use puppy in the context of human children instead of the context of dog children, and then you still apply it to dogs anyway, then that means a dog is a puppy forever. And that's the loophole that we really need. Whole different person drew this one. I don't know. Maybe someone else drew them. The furless puppy. Also known as a human baby. Yeah, exactly.
Silver!
She isn't wearing her mask, so I get a clear view of her face as she narrows her eyes at the name, but approaches me all the same.
Miho.
Yeah, normally she's got a lot more outfit on than this. But she's, like, dressed... She's in casual wear for, like, the first time in the entire game. I think the difference is because so much of her look is, like, in her normal clothes, and this is just the base layer underneath the rest of her outfit. I think that's a big part of it. It's the first time you've caught her on Casual Friday. Exactly. I haven't seen Silver since Halloween, after she gave back my scroll and disappeared into the night. More than once, I've thought about going up to Mount Victoria to look for her, but haven't. It felt like I should give her some space after last time. Yeah, she's cosplaying Steve Jobs. Well, listen. Actually, I'm not going to make the joke I was going to make. Never mind. She stops at the desk standing across from me, surrounded by books and other guests. Plus, being in the broad daylight, she looks a bit out of place. Spencer Hill turtleneck. Yo, is the Spencer... Yeah. I mean, Spencer Hill is definitely subscribing to the Steve Jobs... I would say newsletter, but that wouldn't be a thing that would exist. Deeply studying the works of Steve Jobs and probably stealing about as much as he can from as much as he can. Whenever. A short bark from next to me startles her, and she blinks in surprise as the dog runs around the desk to stand at her feet and yap at her directly. Oh, who's the dog now, Silver? This actual dog is the dog now. See how I use your words and turn them literally against you? In a literal context? Because I'm using them literally now? Because it's a dog? Do you see that this is a dog, Silver? Do you see the dog, Silver? Silver, do you see the dog? You know how you called me a dog? I'm not a dog, but you know who is a dog? The dog's a dog. You want to pet the dog? Oh, how the turntables have twisted. Oh, how the turntables.
A friend of yours?
What's a dog? We've been through this, Silver. You should know this by now. Do you even listen to me? Do you even listen to my podcasts where I talk about this dog?
Something like that. I found him at the park, and I've been taking care of him for a couple days.
He's a dog. Did you notice that?
He's a dog in the true sense of the word, then.
Nailed it.
As far as I know, yeah, you finally got it right.
What is this link I'm clicking on?
Some families...
Oh, stop. Oh, good. I'll save that for later. Her lip curls, but into a smile and not a sneer. Although she doesn't try to pet him, she looks down at the dog with some amusement. He stops barking and instead sniffs her furiously, looking between her and me like he's trying to figure something out. We smell similar.
He seems happy.
Take her out. It's brought to you by Please Be Happy Dog.
You can read his aura?
No, I don't need to, though.
He's a very emotive face. Deciding she's either boring or not a threat, the dog comes back to my side and lies down again, gnawing quietly on his chew toy. Silver looks back to me, but then her eyes narrow again.
Your bead.
Oh, yeah.
I take off my necklace and hold it so she can see the cracks starting to appear.
It started doing this a couple days ago.
Oh yeah, there's like this thing where like, she can swallow her bead, and the bead is like a source of magic, and like if she swallows it, she could like evolve into like a different form of Gumiho. We're not doing that though. That's weird. We're just vibing. We're just vibing and being a people. How dogs hunt foxes, what with foxes being dogs and all. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a thing in animals a lot though. I mean, larger dogs go for smaller dogs. Larger cats will go for smaller cats. A pack of an animal will go for a singular animal if it's just like a slightly different subspecies. She would evolve into Umbreon, yeah. Unless we accidentally swallow the bead during daytime, then it's Espeon. Gotta be careful about that. Keeping her distance, she inspects it warily. In the palm of my hand, where the bead itself sits, I can feel a faint pulse like a heartbeat, although it doesn't sync up with my own.
So not much longer, then.
Right.
Feels a little awkward to acknowledge, like I'm beating her in a race I didn't mean to participate in. But there's not any point in denying it either.
I'm kinda scared of what's gonna happen next, to tell you the truth.
Scared? Why?
Change, I guess.
Shonho, Sky Fox. There you go. There is not a Sky-type Eevee. This could be our chance to see the Sky-type Eevee, Lucian. That's the one thing on the other side of that argument. Arion. Skyeon. Breezeon. Breezeon could work. Or just Wingeon, but that's not a good name. I think Breezeon could be an evolution. Dragon Eevee and Miyamoto. Eggion. Yeah, that would just be an egg. You'd have to get an egg stone. I don't know what that would be. And just swallow an egg. An Eevee just swallows an egg whole, and then it just turns into Eggion. Just thinking the words summons visions of blue skies and rolling forests in my mind. The pulse in my palm quickens.
Hey, I have a question. What do you think would happen if I broke it?
As a goof.
Broke what?
It doesn't count if you break it as a goof. So if it's bad when you break it, then it's like, it was a prank, haha, nothing counts. And if it's good, just say it's for real. You haven't played Pokemon in like 2 years, you're not realizing? I mean, did both the Pokemon games come out last year? Wait. Because there were 2 in a year, so they must have both been last year. Right? Yeah, I guess so. Or they were just within a year of each other. They might not have released in the same year. They were really close together, though. Arceus and Violet and Scarlet Evergarden.
This.
I hold my beat up closer, and she takes an instinctive half step backwards. Previous gap was Pokemon Blue to Pokemon X. Yeah, that is bigger. I mean, I stopped playing for a pretty long time. I stopped playing from Platinum until Sun and Moon, whatever that gap is. Probably smaller. Still skipped a gen, and then the gen's follow up.
If I just crushed it or got rid of it instead of swallowing it.
Which ironically was the gen that has my favorite Pokemon. Go figure. Spindly breaks that cover the bead make it look like it could fall apart at any second. Like even if a light wind could shatter it. I can only imagine what Silver must be thinking. She's probably shocked that I'm even asking, but she keeps any scorn she's feeling off her face, and finally she shrugs.
I know not, nor why you would even consider such a thing. Though I have a guess. The magic within our fox bean is as much a part of us as our breath and blood. Perhaps there is no life without it. Or perhaps we'd be no different than beasts.
You mean you think I turned back into a fox?
Maybe. Maybe not. I couldn't say. I've never heard of any of her sisters ever trying.
A lump forms in my throat that I force back down.
I never thought of that. It makes sense though, huh? Since it was the bean that made me what I am.
Like a fox oyster, basically. She jabs a finger in my face, hand hovering over my necklace.
Shut up.
Huh?
I only said it was possible. I doubt it would happen. Either way, how dare you? Your bean is but a means to an end. It may have given you a chance, but it was you who took it. Every step you've taken has been your own. It made you nothing but capable.
Silver holds her arm out, putting her shining bracelet into clear view.
Whoever or whatever you are now, you can never be a normal fox again, even were you to take the form of one. Still, what power your being does offer has been ever in your service. Should you choose to discard it, I fail to see why it wouldn't respect your final wish.
IMDb does not have a listing for Silver. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't looked into the credits. I can hear it, though. Up close like this, I'm able to see Silver's bracelet clearly for the first time. The light makes it difficult, but not impossible. Although my bead is plain and round, nearly identical to the non-magical one on my necklace, hers narrows at the middle and then widens again, like an hourglass. A few colorful bands run across it, almost too narrow to see. There's a red one, a blue one, and even a silver one. When I squint, I can even see a faint spring green one as well. Oh, and the voice actor is Datovu, who is a voice actor and independent VTuber. That's what I am saying on the stream here. There are others, but I can't see what they are before Silver shoves her hand into her pocket, burying the light. I put my necklace back on. Datovu voices both of these. Okay, yeah, so they just don't credit Silver on the IMDb. But I knew Datovu was Miho.
Thanks. I feel a lot better hearing you say that.
I told you so. To think otherwise would be insulting.
In Silver's language, that's just how you say you're welcome.
Anyway, none of that is the reason I came here. I've come to keep my end of a promise. I'm leaving tomorrow.
What? So soon?
The news hit me like a punch in the gut, even though she told me she was planning this a long time ago.
Soon? I've already stayed longer than I intended. There's nothing more for me to be had here.
That's not true. There's...
Nothing more to be found, I should say.
Abruptly, her voice softens for maybe the first time ever. Silver's tone is gentle.
Your path may end here for now, but mine goes ever on. Perhaps someday it will come to a similar end, but not today, nor tomorrow.
Thursday, though? Probably.
Surely you understand.
For as long as I've known her, I've hoped I could get through to Silver somehow. Help her see some of the things I was blind to myself. Especially now, as we're just starting to become friends. Or maybe now that we've been friends for a while. Either way, I wish she would stay. But also, just like how I've already vowed to let the dog go if he wants to leave, I know I can't keep her here. And just like with Aspen, as much as I might want to do more, all I can do is try to support her. The rest is up to Silver.
Yeah. I understand. I'm coming to see you off, though.
Silver considers for a second.
Fine. I'll come to you here in the morning. Early. Be ready.
You want breakfast? I can sneak you some of my breakfast. I could make you some toast and then you can run off like in an anime with toast in your mouth. Got that dog out of her. She'll get it back as soon as she leaves here.
I will.
Good. I've said all I came to say then. Until tomorrow.
Without another word, she turns and heads for the door, disappearing through it just like she disappears into the trees. You can't have Silver not being... You can't have Silver being a human for long. That's just for when she's talking to us and coming to the library. In the evening, after the library's already closed, there's a knock on the door while I'm downstairs. It sounds urgent.
Come in!
Oh no! I think we have a missing child on our hands. I open the door to find a worried-looking Gwen and Elijah.
Miho, is Tommy here?
Nope. I haven't seen him since we talked last night. Is he missing?
Yeah, he was at the house with me and I went to pick up some dinner. When I got back, he was gone.
At least he's got, was it Gerby? I'd been Gerby. Gerby or Jerby. Can't remember.
We hope maybe he came here to visit you.
Friend. Although I still talk to all 3 of them every day. It's been a while since I've seen Tommy in person. Not since the last time he and Gwen came to the library, which was a couple weeks ago.
I haven't seen him. Did something happen?
Well,
The 2 of them look at each other.
we finally got the divorce paperwork finalized.
Makes sense.
So now it's official.
Tommy probably thought he could, like, stop it. And this is him hitting the reality that he could not stop it, and now he doesn't want anything to do with anything.
I think he'd been hoping that maybe it wouldn't happen, but we just got everything signed, so now there's no going back.
What Gwen said, but, like, phrased worse.
Let me go get ready, and I'll help you look for him.
Thank you.
I let Juliet know what I'm doing, and she agrees to look after everything while I'm gone. While I hurry back outside, Gwen and Elijah are waiting for me.
I don't think he could have gone too far. I just went down the street to pick up some pizzas, and Gwen came over as soon as I told her he was missing.
It's not the first time he's gone to hide, but he's never run away from home like this before.
We walk down the residential streets with Elijah and Gwen alternating calling for Tommy. I keep my eyes peeled not just for him, but for Gerby, too. Yeah, Gerby's a little fairy, by the way, for people who weren't here before. Tommy has a little fairy friend, and his parents can't see him, so they thought Gerby was imaginary. But we can see him just fine. None of us have any luck. Dramatic reading of pickups and pizzas. Near the beach, we stop.
Maybe we should split up. I'll go check at the house again in case he went back. Gwen, maybe you can look around in town?
All right. What about Miho?
I have an idea, actually. I'm gonna look around Mount Victoria.
Okay, we all have our phones, so we can call if one of us finds him. And then we can meet back here, all right?
Yeah. Elijah and I both agree, and then we all go our separate ways. I head straight to the mountain, and then veer off the path into the woods. For a while, it had seemed like Tommy was coming to terms with everything that was happening in his life. Was the shock of the divorce going through really enough to make him run away from home like this? Thinking back on it, we took Tommy here because we showed him our hole where we were living prior to the library. We saw him at the park before, and I know we saw him at the beach before. So, pretty much all over the place at that point. I followed the path that Tommy and I took when we came here a while ago, until finally I reached what used to be my den. It's in even worse shape than the last time I came here. And we got it on the first try. Still, I'm not surprised to find Tommy sitting in the dirt that used to be its entrance, holding tightly onto Gerby.
Me!
There are tear stains around his eyes, and his clothes are filthy.
Hey there. Looking for bugs?
So, now you can have a clear shot of Gerby, because I know how to hide things. Look at little Gerby! I love Gerby! He shakes his head.
Your parents are looking for you, you know. They came to the library to see if you were there. They told me why you might have run away.
You know what, though? I'm sorry, this is a dramatic scene, and I keep interrupting because I have severe ADHD. The Gerby reminds me of my favorite Pokemon. Gerby's like Whimsicott. We've got like a little featureless Scrimblow, Bimblow, and then they're covered in plant stuff. This is just the New Zealand region version of Whimsicott. That's what Gerby is. Just saying. Whimsicott is the best Pokemon. Exactly, Aim. You're on the right page here. Tommy shakes his head again, but more vigorously.
I wasn't running away. I was chasing Gerby.
The fabled wiggles in his arms.
You know how Gerby can fly, right? But look what
Cautiously, Tommy stands up and sets Gerby on the ground immediately. Gerby starts to rise into the air like a balloon, pulled up towards the sky. Tommy grabs him before he can get too high and hugs him to his chest again.
Gerby's not doing that himself?
The Fabled shakes his head, eyes looking somewhat sad.
No, it just started happening. First he kept hitting the ceiling, then when Dad went to go get dinner, he left the door open and Gerby blew outside. Then I had to run to go catch him and we ended up coming here.
That
I was gonna go home,
not
but
the problem I thought it would be.
I don't know what to do.
I see tears starting to sparkle in Tommy's eyes again, and he sniffles. It's good to know he didn't leave because of the news about his parents, but the change with Gerby is a mystery.
Is it okay if we go meet up with your parents? I know they're pretty worried. And we can tell them about Gerby too.
Okay. I'm not letting go of him though.
I lead us back towards where I split up with Tommy's parents. As we do, I call Gwen first. I feel like... I'm not sure how things work. Like, people can't see Gerby. I wonder if there's, like, limitations on putting things on a creature like that, right? Because that might be a thing. Just, like, phase through it, because it's, like, magic. I lead us back towards where I split up with Tommy's parents. As we do, I call Gwen first.
Miho? Tell me you found him.
I did. Yeah. We're headed to the beach now.
Thank God. I'll see you there soon.
He disconnects and I call Elijah next.
Hello?
Hey, I found Tommy, and we're going to the meetup spot right now.
You did? You're a lifesaver, Miho. Is he alright?
Yeah, he's fine. He was just chasing after Gerby.
Gerby? I should have figured that out.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you guys about it in person. See you in a bit.
We're the first ones to reach the shore. Tommy stands with his feet in the water, still clutching Gerby against his chest. He sniffles occasionally, but doesn't cry. Footsteps from behind us signal Gwen and Elijah's arrival. Tommy and I turn around, and both of his parents' eyes go wide.
Wait, is that...
Gerby?
They were not able to see Gerby before, so... what? The two of them are looking right at the little Fabled. As Tommy realizes, his expression also changes to shock.
Can you see him?
Stunned, both of his parents nod. Gerby waves his flower arms, looking thrilled to finally be noticed.
Well, I'll be. The little guy looks just like I imagined.
Something's wrong with Gerby. If I let go of him, he starts to blow away in the wind. I don't know what happened to him.
Is that why you ran out?
Yeah, I had to catch him.
With a small smile, Elijah steps forward and pats his son on the head.
I heard something kind of interesting, actually. I asked a lot of people from work if they'd ever heard of a fable like Gerby. And it turns out one of them had. He said that when he was young, he had a friend just like Gerby, his only friend. They kept him company when his parents were fighting, or when anything else that was bad was happening. Then, once he got older and things weren't as tough anymore, he said his friend had to leave him one day in order to go to help out the next kid who needed someone.
It's a little helper friend.
He told me that fabled like Gerby stick around until they know that their friends will be okay without them. And then it's time for them to go. Sounds like maybe this is that time for Gerby.
Tommy can't keep himself from crying anymore. Although he holds on to Gerby, big tears roll down his face. In his arms, Gerby looks up at him kindly.
Sweetie, sometimes we don't have a choice. Sometimes we have to let things go, even if it's hard. From what Dad said, it sounds like Gerby knows you're tough and that you'll be okay, right? Don't you trust Gerby?
I do, but...
Tommy holds out his arms so that he can face his friend properly.
Is it true? Do you really have to leave?
Gerby's petals sag as he nods, patting Tommy's hands. Gwen wipes Tommy's eyes for him as Tommy pulls Gerby into a hug. His tears drip down onto Gerby's leaves like rain.
There's someone else who needs you, right?
Still close to Tommy, Gerby nods again.
Okay.
Gwen and Elijah move to either side of Tommy, and I step away, keeping a respectful distance. It doesn't really involve me, after all. Gwen kneels down in front of Tommy, smiling.
Thank you, Gerby, for being there for Tommy.
Yeah, thanks, Gerby.
Finally, it's Tommy's turn.
Thank you, Gerby, for being my friend. I'll miss you.
With a big sniffle, Tommy manages to stop crying. Gerby leans against Tommy, the top of his flower tickling Tommy's chin. Tommy giggles. Then he opens his arms. Each of his parents take one of... Damn it. Sorry. Each of his parents take one of Tommy's hands as Gerby floats there for a second and then slowly starts to rise. With his tiny little petals, Gerby waves goodbye, eyes crinkled in a smile. The breeze shakes his leaves but doesn't knock him off his horse. Up, up, up he goes, reaching Tommy's eye level and then Elijah's, and then floating above their heads. From behind them, I can see Tommy squeezing his parents' hands tightly.
Bye, Gerby.
After a final whispered farewell, Gerby continues to drift up until he's eventually out of sight. Tommy, Gwen, and Elijah remain there, standing in the shallow water. Quietly, I sneak away, leaving the three of them on their own. I'm sure I'll hear all about it later when we have a regular call, but for now, I think they have a few things that they probably want to talk about together. As I make my way back to the library, I smile, glad that things worked out. Never made you into marketable plushie, right? They should, though. Studio Alon, that's your next plushie project. Get yourself a Gerby plushie, I would buy that. The game just wants you to be sad all the time. It's like, well, listen, we already had our big death talk a couple times, and we had a bunch of other stuff. We just need to pull out any remaining cards we can for you here, that's all. At least they didn't pull this on the dog. It's bittersweet at least. That's the thing. It's not like it's not sadness and just sadness. It's like sadness, but it's like it's okay. It sucks, but we're also here together. May take some time, but I know that they'll be all right in the end. After all, I trust Gerby too. Takes a village. Make friends with Tom. Oh, there's a knock at my door. Let me go get it. Never mind, it wasn't my door. I was just grabbing my Whimsicott plushie. Judging by the knocking at my window, it turns out Silver and I have different ideas of early. I roll over in bed, not totally sure that I'm not dreaming, in time to see Silver gesture at me and then leap from the tree again. A few minutes and lots of eye-rubbing later, I'm ready and outside to meet her, with the dog staying behind without any argument this time. Dog sleepy. Silver is carrying a small sack with her, which I assume contains all her belongings. It's tied shut with a small rope, and she slings it over her shoulder. We don't exchange any words of greeting. Instead, we just start walking. As frustrating as it can be half the time, sometimes I also appreciate her willingness to just end a conversation, or not even start one. I don't have to worry about being a good enough conversationalist for her. It's easier to get more out of her silence than it is many others, too. The fact that she let me come along on this last trip, much less came to get me, says a lot. Is that a Shenmue reference? No, not the quote. Sorry, the sign has a tomato on it, and my brain says, oh wow, it's a tomato on a sign for a store. That must mean it's a Shenmue reference. I don't think that's what that means. I think it just means tomato, but... The convenience store in Shenmue is the tomato convenience store. Coincidence? Yeah. Anyway. We make our way through the streets, not seeing many other pedestrians or even cars. Only a handful of city buses. A couple of them roaming around empty, too. Silver walks faster than either Aspen or Juliet, but I'm able to keep pace easily. Makes our journey pretty short, though. The glass wall and security gates of the skyport come into view, waiting for us. It was the first place to greet us when we arrived, and now it's ready to see her off again. I wonder what Silver is thinking about right now. Is she feeling sad at all and preparing to miss the place? Or is she ready to leave and potentially never return? Good or bad, I don't think she'll ever be able to forget her time in Wellington. We come to a stop just a few meters away from the entrance, facing the double glass doors. Our reflections stare back at us.
Call me Unbi.
Unbi.
Unbi?
In Korean, un for silver, bi for rain. Silver rain. Although she doesn't turn to me, I can still see her face turn red in the glass. She's blushing.
Yes, it's the name I've settled on. What do you think?
I hope she sees me grin.
I think it's perfect.
Good. Thank you. I'm not sure what words to say. I've never said goodbye before.
It's okay. I never know either.
That's when you just throw your hand around her like, high five! And then you high five, and then you're like, God, I should have said something good. But you said the best thing. You said high five. That's the best hello and goodbye we can give somebody. But it's gotta be really cheesy and forced. That's the secret.
I hope you'll come back someday. Or that we'll see each other again somewhere else.
Fate brought us together once. Perhaps it'll do so again.
I wouldn't be surprised.
So you think it was fate after all, huh?
Perhaps not.
She looks down at her wrist, surely thinking about her bead even though it's hidden. Creator's talking to us, it's us pleading with the characters.
If not fate, then shall we make a promise that neither of us can keep?
You haven't broken a promise to me yet.
We'll meet someday then. Perhaps you won't even recognize me. I might be someone else entirely.
Someday. I'm sure that I'll recognize you, though. You might change, but you'll still be you, no matter what.
Unless you, like, turn into, I'd be confused if you were, like, a fish person the next time I saw you. That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. But then again, I mean, we're Eevees, right? Vaporeon's kind of a fish thing. If you were like just Pac, the next time I saw you, you're like, hey, Miho, it's me, Pac-Man, I would not know it's you.
Even if I'm MB now.
You've been MB the whole
weird.
time.
Don't turn into Pac-Man. Like always, I can tell when she's about to leave. Before she can, there's something I have to ask. I might not get another chance.
At first, you didn't want me to call you Silver. With your magic, what does a silver aura mean?
Our eyes meet in the glass. Finally, she closes hers with a tiny smile.
Shame. Goodbye, Miho.
Goodbye, MB.
It takes her just a couple steps to reach the door. They slide open silently, dissolving our reflections. Moonbee doesn't look back once as she strolls through, letting them shut behind her once again. I'm left looking at myself and only myself. Finally, I turn around too and start making my way back home. Making my way downtown, walking fast, until the next scene loads. The last library guest of the day turns out to be my favorite one. Aspen enters just after closing time with a small wrapped package in her hands.
Aspen! I didn't know you were coming.
I drop what I'm doing to go greet her at the door. The dog does too, and she stoops down to pet him.
That's because I wanted it to be a surprise. Also because I wasn't sure I'd be able to get off work in time. But we managed.
Ooh, a surprise!
A surprise. She shakes the box she's holding, its contents rattling, generically.
Right. I have a present, but I'm afraid it's not for you.
Oh, burn.
For Juliet?
Clearly, there's no one else who could be receiving a present on the screen right now. Is there? Aspen just smiles in response. She takes my hand and I let her lead me towards the kitchen. The dog follows behind us. Anxious to see Juliet getting her present? Juliet's already there.
Ah, Aspen. Good evening.
Hello, hello.
She sets the box on the table and then takes a seat with a sigh, just like she was showing up for breakfast.
This is the first time I've been able to sit down in hours.
Thank you for joining us. I'm sure you must be exhausted.
It's fine. This is important after all.
I'm totally confused by now.
Wait, Juliet knew you were coming? I thought your present was for her.
Nope. I just said it wasn't for you.
Is it for the refrigerator? The refrigerator's in the room with us right now.
Although you'll still need to open it because it's for him.
The refrigerator's a he. Oh, the dog. That makes sense too. She gestures at the puppy, who's on the ground chewing his own foot. I hope it's a tasty foot, dog. Aspen slides the box across the table towards me, and I lift it up. It isn't very heavy. Both Aspen and Juliet watch me eagerly.
Here goes.
I slice a hole in the wrapping paper and then rip it all away in one go. Beneath it is a box with brightly colored letters. I try to sound them out slowly.
Deluxe printer ink cartridges.
Yo! That stuff's good. I haven't drinking any of that in a while. I should get some more. Aspen, who'd been leaning forward in anticipation, deflates a little.
Not quite. That was the only box I could find. Open it up, too.
Oh, I thought the dog was gonna get a bunch of ink to drink. And again, I don't think dogs should be drinking ink. Apparently that's not healthy for most people. Or dogs. I use one of my nails to cut the tape on the box and pop it open. Inside are a small collar and a leash. I lift them out gently.
It might be a little big for him now, but I thought he'd grow into it soon. Without having him with me, I just had to guess what the right size was.
I look from Aspen to Juliet to the dog and then back to Juliet.
Does this mean...
It could mean anything.
Indeed.
Oh,
They're
we're
gifts for
lagging.
the newest member of our household.
Oh. That was... weird lag spike on my end all of a sudden. I don't know if you guys got that. It seems like it's normal again now. What's just happened? OBS doesn't seem to be having any issues. How strange. I'll just close Discord to be careful.
I've searched, and I can't find anyone looking
Model
for a
lag?
lost dog
Yeah, I
like him.
I think...
Nor has anyone reached out to me about it either.
I think it was, NVIDIA doing an update thing.
As he's already house-trained, he clearly lived in a house at one point. But it seems that was a long time ago. I don't believe he'll be going back. And besides, he seems happy to be here. He's already found himself a home with you.
Yeah. The dog himself gets up and comes to sniff the accessories in my hands.
While I'm sure I know the answer already, I feel I should ask all the same. Would you like to keep him?
I look down at the animal beside me. If someone had tried to put a collar on me, if someone had tried to keep me, I would have done everything in my power to avoid it. Kicked, bitten, ran, whatever. There's no way I'd have allowed someone to control me like that. But he's not me. Already the dog is looking healthier than when I first found him. He's filled out a bit, and his ribs don't poke out as much. He's been better behaved than I would have been, too. Juliet even said he must have lived in a house before. I've seen that he doesn't always know how to take care of himself, either. If I hadn't taken him from the park that day, it could have been a matter of time before he got hurt, when he almost got hit by a car. I grew up in the wilds, always looking after myself, but he needs a little help. When I look back at my friends, their faces are slightly concerned. They probably expected me to answer yes right away.
I want to keep him. But what if he doesn't want to stay? He's been comfy here so far, but what if that changes?
Why not ask him?
He doesn't know any words like Percy and Byron. I just talk to him anyway.
Those two are very well spoken, I'll have you know.
Those are
But that's
Aspen's
not what I
cats.
meant. Don't you remember back on...
Her face goes a little red.
that day I asked you out? You were telling me how animals don't have to communicate with words. Could you maybe ask him as a fox?
I hadn't thought of that.
I haven't transformed in a while. I haven't had any reason to. Aspen's right, though. Maybe there are things I can say that way. Setting the leash and collar on the table, I take a couple steps away from the dog and change forms. More than ever before, I can feel the magic coursing out my bead and into my body like blood. The sensation of my limbs shortening, of my face changing, and fur growing out stand out more than usual. They aren't uncomfortable, but I'm used to barely noticing it at all. When my transformation is complete, the dog begins to growl, his hackles raised and tail stiff, and he backs away slowly. He's clearly afraid, but the nuances of what he's trying to say are hard for me to pick up, because I'm so out of practice. It's like when I try to speak Korean after a long time. Danger, danger, fear, missing, where? I get the impression that he wants to know what happened to me. The me that he knows and that disappeared suddenly. He's probably never seen a fox before, but he instantly identifies me as a threat. Above us, Juliet and Aspen watch anxiously. My tails brush from side to side, and I keep my ears... plural tails, right? Look at all those tails. It's a lot of tails. Not an Eevee at all, that's a Vulpix. Completely different. So, wait, what does Vulpix turn into? What's the Vulpix evolution? Vulpix, Voltbeyond. That's an Eevee name, no. Ninetales. Ninetales, that's right, Ninetales, yeah. So the evolution would be like Ninetales. My tails brush from side to side, and I keep my ears and body language friendly. I try to impress upon him that I'm not dangerous and that the creature he's looking at is his person. Danger, doubt, danger, fear, doubt. Instead of growling or barking or any of the other sounds I'd make to talk to other foxes, it's more like I have to will my thoughts across to him. I try to convey that he can trust me, that he knows me, still. The growl softened, but he keeps his distance and fur raised as he sniffs the air. Doubt, doubt, trust, doubt, danger? Yeah, Vulpix evolves into Naruto, that's right. Just a couple inches away, I stop and lay down on the ground, showing that I trust him in return and know that he's not a threat to me. Also, I have grief about Naruto turning into a nine-tailed fox. It makes it really hard for me to search for Kurama fan art from Yu Yu Hakusho, because it just gets crowded out with Naruto art, and I don't appreciate that. Doubt, doubt, trust, trust, trust. Finally, he approaches me, and his nose goes still. We look into each other's eyes, and then he gives me a gentle kiss on the snout. Because Kurama's also a fox. Ninetales fox. Sorta. Trust. I nuzzle against him, showing him that his faith was well placed. As I do, I try to convey other feelings to him in the same way as him. Home, I tell him. Stay? I ask. Home. Stay. Safe. I imagine him settling down here like I have, until everything is familiar. Going to sleep well fed and safe, and waking up rested. Maybe he had that before. If so, I don't know how anyone could have just abandoned him and left him to fend for himself. I don't know how they could be so cruel. If there's one thing I can promise, it's that I'd never let that happen. Even if I couldn't take care of him myself anymore, I wouldn't just abandon him. I wouldn't just leave him alone. His tail whacks against the wall as he wags it. Now that he's figured out who I am, it doesn't seem like he has to think about it too hard. Home, 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 home. I transform back to my other form. This time, he doesn't seem bothered at all. Picking the leash and collar back up, I finally smile at Aspen and Juliet.
He's gonna stay.
Hey, we got a dog. Dog percent run complete. If this was a speed run, I failed forever ago. That's fine. Aspen helps me put the collar onto the dog, and then we head out into the backyard with him.
I'm glad it fits all right. He doesn't seem to mind too much either.
Yeah, that was pretty easy. Maybe he's used to it.
We'll get him. Also, we have a new PNG of the dog. And he is killing it right now. Look at this dapper gentleman.
Or maybe he knew you were doing something good for him.
God, you know what's real when they change up the PNG on you. Aspen and I sit down on the steps while the dog runs around. He finds a ball that he left out here earlier and brings it over to me to throw. I toss it, but not too far, and he hurries off to get it.
Have you thought about what you're going to name him?
No, not really. I guess he needs one though, huh?
It's better than just calling him the dog all the time.
Super the dog. The super dog. Super the super dog. Doggy Dogson. Dog Reno. Doggy dog. Waiting for doggo.
Right. Well, if I was gonna be consistent, then I should probably call him Og or Uppy.
Oh, that's clever. It's clever. Because she named herself Miho, which is part of Gumiho, which is what she is. So, Og or Uppy would be consistent with her own naming convention. Aspen laughs.
Perfect. I know who to ask if I'm ever struggling to name a character someday.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Before she
we already
left
had a
today,
name for the dog, Wilfred.
Silver
That's right.
told me she'd picked a name for herself too. She chose Umbi. It means silver rain in Korean.
That's gorgeous. I like that she kept silver as part of it. I suppose that means you helped name her too.
You're right. I wonder if she thought about it that way. I'll bet she'd change it on the spot if I ever asked her. I wish you could have talked to her more. I wish I could have too.
I'd have liked to know her better as well.
For her story?
That's part of it. But it's not the only reason. From what you've told me about her, she seems like a good person deep down, who hasn't had the opportunity to express that much. She seems like someone who could have come to be an important part of our lives. Not to say that she isn't already important to you.
Like him.
Not too far away, the dog rolls around in the grass, kicking his feet in the air. My dog.
Yes, exactly.
My dog, my doe. Good. We could name the dog my doe. Good. It's perfect.
You said it yourself about Unbi. The two of you are like family.
Mm-hmm.
And now this fellow is part of the family too.
Family 2. Like family and then the number 2. It'd be a very trendy name. I pat my leg and the dog instantly sits up to walk over to us, greeting each of us with a lick on the hand. I think about what Juliet said a few minutes ago, and she was telling me he could stay. Suddenly it comes to me.
Happy.
Oh, that's like, please be happy. I like that name. That's a good one.
His name is Happy.
Joke's on you. None of this was about Miho. None of this was about Miho.
Oh my god!
None of this was about Aspen. None of this was about Juliet. None of this was about any of these people. Silver doesn't matter. Unbi doesn't matter. Tommy, nah. This was an origin story for Happy the dog. And you're just like, oh, I wonder whose game this is gonna be. Please be Happies. Please be Happies. And it's supposed to be called Please Be Happies origin story, and then they shortened it to Please Be Happy. And now you know. That's where the name came from. Surprise. It's very, very tricky. Very tricky course to get there. We made it. Happy looks up at me, his tongue lolling out the side of his face in a smile. Aspen giggles.
Do you like that name?
I ask him the question, knowing that I won't get an answer. Still, it just feels polite to ask. Even though I choose to do it as a human, not a fox.
I'm sure he does. A saying that I appreciate is that names are a gift that someone gives you. And if it doesn't fit, you can exchange it for one that does. In this case, I think it suits him perfectly.
Like, my name was version 30A_4096, and I changed it to Vera because I thought that sounded more like a name and less like a serial number. Watching the dog close his eyes in comfort as he keeps getting attention, I'm glad that Aspen agrees.
Now that you mention it, I've done a lot of name exchanging too.
You only started going by Miho here in Welly, right?
Yeah. I'm surprised you remember that.
She's been obsessed with you most of the time you've been here. She remembers a lot. She taps her forehead.
I'm good at remembering important things, and Miho things are important.
I lean against her, resting my head on Aspen's shoulder.
I think I like being Miho. All the good things in my life started happening after I picked that name.
I like you being Miho too.
The two of us sit for a while more, playing with Happy, until he gets too tired to keep chasing the ball. Taking that as a sign that we should call it a night, all three of us head inside together. Yeah, no, she's the dorkiest person in the world. It's great.
And here you are.
With a flourish, Aspen slides 2 plates on the table between Juliet and me. They're fresh cut fruit, some warm potatoes, and a sandwich made with bacon and cheese. Well, that sounds good. I hardly ever have any meat anymore, so it's a rare treat. Well, she reads a lot of romance. There's a lot of books she reads and she does not share with people because she's embarrassed. And that would be a lot of it. For sure.
Whoa! This looks really good!
I guess the new cafe is open, though.
I'm glad I haven't lost my touch. I don't do this kind of table service very often, you know.
I know! We must be your favorite customers or something.
Maybe, but don't tell the rest of them.
Today is Aspen's last day at the Spell House. So, oh no, this is not at the new place. Okay, this is still at the Bell House. So she invited Juliet and I to breakfast for a change of pace. Happy came along too, of course, and his leash is tied tightly to my chair. Reading a 200k word fanfic a day on her breaks. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Juliet shifts her parasol a little bit to match the rising sun. She sips her tea and smiles warmly.
There's a reason this is our favorite cafe to visit.
Soon to be second favorite, I hope.
Aspen leans against the railing, looking up at the sky. The sun really highlights the bags beneath her eyes and all the small things that probably only I notice, such as how her apron is tied more sloppily than she usually likes, or how her hair is done up roughly. Still, even this close to the finish line, she looks a lot better than she did when she was working on her book. Happier and more content, instead of looking like she's going to fall over at any minute. There is no one who deserves it more. She catches me looking at her and pretends to glare.
Your sandwich is getting cold, Miho. I worked hard on that, you know.
Sorry.
I lift it up and take a big bite. Just like the strawberry croissants, it's messy but delicious. If I make anything to eat here that doesn't need to come with a stack of napkins, I still manage to finish it in a hurry.
That was so good! I didn't even know you had them on the menu. Or I'd have ordered one before.
It's not on the menu. It's just something I put together myself. I had to mark out a lot of different items to make it. But if you think so highly of it, then maybe I'll think about adding it to my store.
You should! I'll eat one every day.
Every day is an awfully long time.
Every day. Can't stop me. I will eat all the sandwiches.
It was that good.
I saved a little bite for Happy, who's currently protecting us from everyone who passes by. He doesn't bark or growl, but he keeps pace with them, walking as far as his leash will let him before going back to the start. He never tries to go too far, though.
Happy!
He tilts his head and then comes running, and I hold out the treat on the palm of my hand. Being as careful not to bite me as he can, he pulls it away with his tongue and munches. Well, happily.
Perhaps you should consider a dog-sized version on the menu, too.
That would be the most adorable thing my team ever hated me for. I should make sure to keep some dog biscuits, though. I'll have to write that down.
From one of the pockets on her apron, Aspen retrieves something I haven't seen in a while. A small notebook and a pen. She starts to write something down and then freezes.
Oh, Juliet! I just remembered.
Setting the book on the table, Aspen hurries into the cafe. Juliet and I both watch her go. Even Juliet seems a little surprised. But 10 seconds later, the door flies open again and Aspen is back, carrying a different piece of paper.
Regina approved my idea to put a reading corner in the new store.
Nice.
I was wondering if you would let me borrow a few books to stock it. Maybe it could even be an extension of the library.
She holds up the paper, showing us a sketch of what it'll look like. Several wooden shelves line one wall, and on the other side is a tall bookshelf that separates the reading spot from the counter and kitchen.
It hasn't been set up yet, but they'll be installing it tomorrow. So on opening day, all that will be left to do is fill the shelves.
When I do find the time to read, or if I'm just drawing or something, I do love to just like, if there's like a coffee shop that's like not crazy busy, or like, I don't know. I used to like sitting in coffee shops and just like hanging out there for a few hours, and like I'll get another drink because it's like I don't want to be monopolizing the space and not consuming something you guys make, so I'll like work on a drink for a couple hours and then I'll get like another drink, so it's like I'm not just wasting space. It is a good vibe. I haven't done that in a while though, but that used to be like my go-to, like get my sketchbook or grab some manga off the shelf and just hang out in a coffee shop for like 4 hours. Really nice on a day off, but I haven't done that since before the pandemic. I kind of want to do that again though. I miss that. Of course, like the coffee shops near me that I like going to don't have that much seating in them, so I wouldn't want to do it. It works better in larger places because then it's not like you're just like taking all of the seating, because I would feel bad about that. Coffee shop at your college town? You haven't since moving? You do miss it? Yeah. It's nice to have a good coffee shop to hang out at. I found a couple relatively in the area of me. I fell out of the habit. Once I move again, I'll probably fall back into it, though. Because going back to do like university stuff, I end up not hanging out places as much as I'd like. Just so I can get home and work on things more. Juliet claps with delight.
I love that idea. It would be my pleasure to share our collections.
Aspen beams, and I can't help but smile too. For both of them. I know that in a sense this is another dream come true for Aspen.
Why don't you come by tomorrow and pick out a few, and we can bring them to you at the opening?
That sounds great! I already have a list somewhere. I started daydreaming a little bit when I first came up with the idea.
Sit back and listen to the two of them chat about books for a while. It's nostalgic. All the names and titles go over my head, as unknown to me as they were months ago. This time, though, I don't mind. I don't feel left out. I wait for their conversation to reach a lull before clearing my throat. There's something that I want to talk about, too. Something I've only become more sure of since yesterday.
Hey, speaking of new jobs and stuff, I've been thinking about maybe trying something new, instead of working at the library. If Juliet doesn't mind.
Of course not. Please, follow your heart, and I'll always support you. Is there something in particular you want to try?
Yeah. It's something I just thought of a couple days ago, but that felt right as soon as I did.
On the ground beside me, Happy hasn't left since I gave him that bite of sandwich, even though he hasn't gotten anything else since then either.
It was something this guy made me realize I want to do too.
She's gonna be a dog for a living.
I want to try to help out at the nature preserve.
That makes more sense than what I just said.
Yesterday, Aspen said that Happy kind of reminded her of Unbi. That's Silver's new name, by the way. It's the first one she picked for herself.
We went to the nature preserve last stream, by the way. I mean, listen, she could pull that job off. Just saying.
Anyway, not just them, but also that bird. The one I found in the woods that we weren't able to save. I want to try helping others like that.
Sorry.
Other birds and dogs and whatever they have there.
I get antsy and sometimes I cut things off when I don't mean to. But yeah, we rescued a bird that was injured, and she went to the nature preserve to try to see it, and the bird did not make it, but that was the inspiration for this job path.
Like how someone helped me before, too. Lots of someones, I mean.
Oh, Miho, that's wonderful! How perfect for
Head
you!
Off to bed. Hope you have a great...
I'd be glad to give you a recommendation to Amaya.
No problem, Possum. Thank you for coming by, and thank you for the follow. Have yourself a good night.
I believe they're always looking for volunteers. After a while, you could even apply to work there, like Amaya does. But listen to me getting ahead of myself. I'm already so excited for you.
Thanks.
Aspen looks a little more concerned.
I agree. That does sound like something that would be just right. But what about your magic? With the library, it's not a big deal since you live with Juliet. You couldn't see all your co-workers every day, though.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. I've thought about that. I think I have an idea, but I'm not too sure about it yet.
Zoom called the entire world every evening. It's that simple.
Really? What were you thinking?
I don't want to say right now. I'm still thinking about it. I'll make up my mind soon, though.
I can tell Aspen wants to know more, but she forces herself to stiffly nod all the same.
All right. You can tell us when you're ready.
Thank you. It won't be long, promise.
It's not that I don't want to tell her. It's just that I don't want to get her hopes up. I'm afraid to get my own hopes up. I'm gonna try to break it. Break her pearl. Her jewel. The fox oyster pearl. I take a breath, feeling my bead rise and fall with my chest. Maybe I'm just afraid in general. Still, I swallow that fear, pushing it to the back of my mind. I can brood and ponder later. Right now, I just want to focus on what I've got, enjoying this meal and moments. In Juliet's typically reliable fashion, she manages to get a call set up from me with Amaya that same evening. At least this time, unlike with Minsa, I don't have a whole day to fret about it beforehand. Instead, there's only 10 or 15 minutes before when she tells me she's going to reach out, and when she comes up to my room to offer me the phone. It's only voice, not video, which makes it a little less stressful. Still, I have to calm my nerves a bit before I'm actually able to answer.
Hello?
Something I've been working on is how loud to talk when I'm using the phone. I always end up yelling since I can't really hear myself, but I've been trying to fix that for Aspen's sake. Still, I'm self-conscious about it as I press the phone to my ear.
Hi there, Miho, right? I'm Amaya at the Preserve. Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Thanks! Nice to meet you too.
I already met you, but we will skip over that part. You don't remember it. If all goes well, then this should be the last time I ever have to introduce myself to someone for the second time.
Julia tells me you're interested in helping out around here and that you have a pretty extensive history with animals. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah, you could say that.
Awesome. I'll be honest, we could really use a hand right now. Or 2 or 4 if you got 'em. As far as I'm concerned, a friend of Juliet's is a friend of mine. There's still a few questions I gotta ask you though, both as a formality and just to get to know you better.
Yeah, interview, let's go.
No pressure. These aren't the kinds of questions you have to study for. Is that okay?
Yep.
Has saying no pressure ever actually made someone feel less pressure? No, actually.
Great. First up, why do you want to help out here? Be as big or as specific as you want.
I want to... birds.
Because I want to help animals. I don't know if Juliet told you, but I used to be a fox.
No kidding. Bushy tail and everything?
9 of them.
Incredible. You'll fit right in. Anyway, sorry, go on.
Again, I love that we're just like in a casual magic world where you can say stuff like that.
Right. Back when I was a fox, someone saved me. And that's how I ended up turning into a person. Then once I got here to Welly, Julia helped me out a lot too. I like people a lot more than I used to now, but I still know animals pretty well. Better than most humans, I bet.
I love that. Okay, next question. What kind of work is it that you want to do? A lot of people, they sign up to help out here thinking it's going to be all clean and tidy like a hospital. It isn't. Animals are messy and dangerous, and you can't get mad at them when they screw up. Believe me, it's useless. It's a lot of dirty work. It's a lot of being careful and still sometimes getting hurt. What I'm saying is, it's not easy. Is that something you're okay with?
I like birds.
Yeah, I am. When I said how I got helped out, back when I was a fox, I got my leg caught in a hunter's trap. I couldn't move, and it hurt more than anything I've ever felt. But there was this person who found me, who had already been nice to me before. Still, if I hadn't been about to die, I probably would have tried to get away from them anyway. They took care of me and helped my leg get better. They fed me and came to visit me every day, until the day they left my forest. So, I know what it's like to be that way, scared and hurt, and not sure who you can trust.
God damn. I'm so sorry. Us humans can be terrible, can't we?
She's doing good in the interview. I don't think I'm doing so good.
Sometimes. But that's only some humans, not all of them. That's something it took me a long time to learn. There are good humans, though, like you and my girlfriend Aspen.
Oh, you're dating Aspen? I've heard Juliet talk about her for years.
Yeah, we're dating.
It makes my heart feel warm to say that.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you've already got the job, but here we go. Last question, alright?
This has actually been a lot easier than I expected. I don't even have to try hard to think of the answers like I normally do. Instead, I feel confident in what I'm saying, in a way that I don't know if I ever have before.
Okay, here it is. Miho, do you believe in fate?
What?
Weird question. I asked her that last time.
You remember that?
So that was you.
Hey,
that was gonna be
that's
my
cool.
secret final question.
That's pretty fancy. She doesn't remember who it was, but she remembers she had a conversation with someone.
I remembered having that conversation with someone, but for the life of me, I couldn't think of who.
There it is.
I thought someone must have tampered with my mind with magic or something. And to tell you the truth, I still can't picture what you look like.
Oh, you're exactly right, actually. I have this, I guess you could call it power. Where everyone I meet forgets about me in a day if I don't see them again. That's what happened to you.
Also not a great thing for a job interview, I don't think. She's quiet for a moment, probably thinking about what to say. In that silence, I make up my mind.
But I think I've figured out a way to get rid of it. I'm going to try it tomorrow. So hopefully it won't be a problem. If you can remember me after this time tomorrow, then that'll mean that worked.
Still there's silence. Did the call disconnect? Yeah, just wait for the person who looks like an anime girl to show up. They're me, probably. Or one of the other characters in this game, but like, there's still a chance you got it right. Don't worry about it. Finally, she clears her throat.
Alright then, Miho.
Her voice sounds rough, like she suddenly caught a cold.
Oh,
My
me.
hair stands on end. It could even be Fishbone. Fishbone looks like an anime girl. Hello, Realty. Welcome in. Wait, is she crying?
I hope I'll give you a call tomorrow then. But first, you have to answer my other question. It's not the usual third question we ask, but I figure I don't need to ask about a time you met an animal in need.
Oh, right.
Just the bird. And also her being an animal in need. Both of those. It's like two. Once again, this question is easy to answer, but it's for a different reason.
I don't know. But I don't think I care. Because either way, I'm still living my life. If there's magic or something else, then that's not really up to me, right? So, I like what you said last time. Either way, I just want to be...
Fulfilled?
Yeah, like Aspen and Juliet.
Well, if there's one thing we can offer you here, it's that. Also a small salary. It's not gonna make you a millionaire or anything, but it should more than cover the bus fare or beer money, whichever you need more.
Really? I thought it was all volunteer stuff.
We usually start them off that way. Helps figure out which ones are serious about it and which ones are just looking for a summer job because mom said so. But I get the feeling you're gonna be a long hauler. What about you?
Beer money. Now I have to pause to think about it. She makes enough money to get drunk on the bus now. Or she will. It's the perfect plan. Working at the library is the longest I've ever stuck with something, and that's only been a few months. What Amaya's talking about is a lot longer than that. After spending most of my life not thinking beyond the next 24 hours and spending my time here taking my daily life for granted, I haven't had to think long-term too much. Other than making sure Aspen, Happy, and Juliet are part of it, the future hasn't been that important to me. Sorry, I just caught myself off guard because I was looking at my stream and I saw the alerts and I was like, I'm not used to seeing Twitch as one of the names in my activity feed. And I'm like, what the hell? And then I remember they're doing their bit thing. She can afford 6-packs and the public drinking fines. That's right. It's the perfect job, basically. I need to start changing that, though, especially after tomorrow. So maybe this is a chance to start the new year off with something else that's different for me. My New Year's resolution. Aspen called it.
Yeah, I'd like to be.
Super awesome, great. I haven't been this excited about a new hire in a long time.
Not even playing games, just chatting, huh? Not exciting. I wanted to, like, it'd be great to shout out Twitch and then they just, like, were playing, like, the most, like, the least TOS game ever. It's just like, oh, share the love with @Twitch. They were last playing Orc Massage. That'd be hilarious.
Thanks.
I'm glad we're not on a video call, so she can't see me blush.
I'll have to file some paperwork to make it official, and get the okay for the expenses, all that boring stuff. I'll try to get back to you tomorrow, end of the week at the latest. Sound good?
Yep.
Good. You better get that magic thing taken care of, Miho. I'm gonna write myself a note to be sad if I forget about you.
Good.
You got it.
Good. Talk to you soon then.
See you later.
Last playing Pussy 3. I was about to ask, is that a game? But it's like, listen, I have Steam. I've seen the stuff that ends up on the front page. It's probably a game. I wouldn't be surprised. Which would play that? The call ends and I immediately sigh once again. Of course, I can't blame her, but she makes getting rid of my magic sound so casual. In reality, that would be the biggest change of my entire life. Maybe even more than becoming a Gumiho in the first place. It's the change that I need at this point in my life, though. As both Aspen and Juliet love to remind me, it was my path through life that made me who I am today. However, that person isn't the same as before. The things that matter to me now meant nothing back then. So it seems logical to me that my need to transform, steal, and be forgotten has changed too. I'm grateful for everything my magic and my beads have done for me. But they're the final step from that path that I need to move past. Plus, if Unbi is right, and they're not separate things that I'll lose. They're just parts of me that change too. That feels a lot more comforting, I think. Since Happy left with Julia when she brought me the phone, I have a rare moment to myself. I remove my necklace and hold it in my hands, something I do quite a lot these days. Even more cracks have appeared on the bead. It's broken in as many places as it is whole. Light leaks out, shining on my palms. The bead looks like it could fall apart at any time, fragile like a human. Something would happen if I broke it. I'm sure of that. Something will happen when I break it. Tomorrow, I've already given myself that deadline by telling Amaya. It's short, but it's less time to dread it and change my mind. Enough time to tell Aspen and Juliet, though. I want them to be there when I do it, too. I don't know what will happen. If I were to let myself think of all the possibilities, I'm sure I would end up talking myself out of it. Instead, I choose to believe what Unbi said, and what makes the most sense to me, that it would never make me into something I don't want to be. I'll choose my own destiny instead, my own fate, whatever it may be. See, I'm at the point where it's just like, I genuinely don't know which way this will end. Maybe it'll all work out, but maybe we're just gonna Princess Tutu it and have like the bittersweet spoilers for the end of Princess Tutu ending. I don't know. After months of practicing, the day of the play finally arrives. Our performance starts in the evening. It is Princess Tutu. Holy shit, I just realized that. It's just gay Princess Tutu. Performance starts in the evening, but I have to be there a couple hours early. Aspen promised that she'll be in the audience to support both me and Lena. Yo, it's tree time! It's tree time! It's time to be a tree. It's time to be the greatest tree. Time to be the greatest tree that has ever treed. Watch as we sway in the breeze. It will be so good. Juliet will be taking care of Happy, so she won't be able to make it. Even though I explained again and again that I'll just be standing there when I'm on stage, they're just as excited as they were when I first announced I'd be participating. I'm glad that they'll be there, though. The last hour or so before showtime is a busy one, with lots of cast running around doing last-minute preparations or run-throughs. I just try to stay out of the way and help out if asked. You should be rehearsing. What if you decide to start, like, rambling as a tree? That's like the opposite of your lines. You can't have that happen. Tree time. We made the change from practicing in the park to practicing on a real stage pretty easily, and by now, the whole production is pretty smooth. I make the mistake of peeking out from the curtain before it begins and see that almost all the chairs in the audience are filled. I even manage to spot my people, although they don't notice me. I head to a corner backstage, doing my best to stay out of everyone's way. Cyrus has been walking around, checking in with each cast and crew member in turn. I'm for Tree, trademark. He still hasn't gotten to me when Lena hurries over.
Miho! Ready to go? Nervous?
What if I fall over? What if I start acting like a bush? What if I act like a rock? How do I know that my acting matches that of a tree? It's so much pressure.
So far, so good. What about you? Shouldn't you be in your costume?
I'm gonna go get changed soon. I was just, talking with my parents.
Are they here in the audience?
Yep, front row. I think they were more excited for me to be in this play than I was.
I know exactly what you mean. I'm glad I did it, though.
Yeah, me too.
Me 3.
They said they're glad I found something I like.
Me have
Although
a tree.
I know they still wish it was ballet. I guess me being up on stage is still good enough for them.
Also, you know how, like, I was just having the realization that it's like, it could be like Princess Tutu if things go wrong, and then the next scene, we have Swan Girl talking about ballet. Coincidence? Yeah, it is. I'm very good at coincidences. Trees are just walls that are satisfied where they are. That's true. It's true.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, I think I am. I mean, it was my decision. I probably won't be in any other plays anytime soon, though.
I realize my head keeps, like, shivering all over the place because I'm shoving my face in a Whimsicott plushie and my camera gets confused. It's funny. Okay.
That's too bad. You're really good at it.
I know, but I want to keep trying new things. Maybe someday I'll go back to ballet or something, but only if I decide that I want to, not someone else.
Yeah. Cyrus wraps up a conversation with a nearby cast member and then joins us in our corner.
Hey, you two. All set for your big debut, Miho?
I think I've got all my lines down.
Good. How about you, Lena?
Ready, boss!
Cool. Thanks for making this possible, both of you.
You're welcome.
No, it's no big deal. Right, Miho?
Right.
For me, that's pretty true, but for Lena?
We should probably go get changed, but first,
Scratching his neck, Cyrus looks away for a moment.
Hey, Lena.
Yo!
Are you, busy after this?
Hey, good for you, Lena. Good for you. He noticed you. He noticed you.
After the play? No? Why?
Do you wanna get dinner or something?
Lena blinks a few times in rapid succession.
Yes! Let's do that!
She hasn't thought about this a single time since the start of the game. That's crazy. Wow. Who knew that she'd be interested in Cyrus? That's crazy. Brand new. Introduced in the final act of the game.
Okay, I'm gonna go get ready now!
Glad that worked out for her.
The dressing room's the other way.
Her face red, Lena runs off, both Cyrus and I staring after her. A moment later, Lena zooms past us, going in the opposite direction. Why is he asking you with you in the middle? I'm the safety cushion. Even though, like, it's obvious that she's been crushing on him this whole time, so he should not be so stupid to need a safety cushion. But I'm the safety cushion. We could sit outside and photosynthesize for a while. Yeah! I mean, trees photosynthesize. Birds also kind of photosynthesize when you think about it, if you take my word for it. That's true. Birds and trees love photosynthesis.
Oops, it's this way.
She disappears into another room.
That wasn't weird, was it? From me, I mean.
Nah, I think weird is like her normal anyway.
Yeah.
I think she's pretty glad you asked her.
I kind of had a feeling after she gave me that painting a while ago. Part of the reason I wanted her to be in this play was so we could hang out more. But it's been kind of tough.
Don't worry. I think it'll all work out fine.
She's obsessed with you. I think you're trying way harder than you need to. Cyrus nods.
Well, I'm gonna go get dressed too. See you on stage.
See you!
Cyrus leaves, and I spend my last couple minutes alone. It's taken a while to get here, but it seems like everything's turned out alright. Lena's all over the place and hard to follow sometimes, and Cyrus is like her opposite. They're both nice people, though, and I hope that them getting dinner later is just the start of something between them. I think they'd be good for each other. Eventually, it's time for me to go get ready as well. In the dressing room, I fold on my stiff tree costume and take my place backstage. From the other side of the curtain, I can hear the low rumble of the crowd talking. As the light dims, the chatter does too. Looking around, I see Lena, all dressed up and ready to go. She gives me a big thumbs up at the front. Cyrus faces everyone with a small smile. I love how I went into this today being like, it should be 3 to 4 hours, and I realized we're probably going to be going for another hour. I'm good at pacing things.
Showtime.
Okay. We all get into position, and the curtain rises. The music begins, and Lena soon takes her place on center stage. Watching her perform is like watching a whole other person. There's a certain grace to her movements and the way she talks. I admire her ability to just go out and perform when she has to. Even when I know she must be all worked up emotionally. Cyrus is the same way when he's acting. He has to talk louder to project his voice, but he doesn't seem uncomfortable doing it. The way he walks and talks is elegant like Lena. The audience laughs and gasps in all the right places, and I even hear a few sniffles during some of the sad parts. When it's finally time for me to go out, I'm surprised by just how many faces there are in the crowd. I can't let myself get distracted, though. I need to do my best, too. My part's pretty easy, and I pull it off without a hitch. Hey, she nailed it! As I leave the stage for the last time, Lena mouths, "Nice job," to me. I smile in return. I'm so proud of her. She stood there and treed like no one has ever treed before. Good work, Miho. Are you sure you want to work at the animal sanctuary when you could just, like, be a tree for a living? You're pretty good at it. The whole 2 hours seem to fly by. When the last scene ends, I can hardly believe that it's over. One by one, we all go back out to take a bow. The applause from the audience is like thunder rolling through the theater. The last ones to return are the 3 main characters, including Lena and Cyrus. As they take their place, the applause somehow gets louder, with everyone rising out of their seats to clap. Oh my god, it's like the whole stream is right there in the game cheering. Yeah. Thank you for the extra layer of cheers. Excellent. Excellent immersion. This is cute art. Hey, shout out to this guy in the front. I don't know anything about them, but they're here too. So good on you. Good on you. You were also part of this play. You did it. Best character in the game. This person right here. They're the best. Oh, I realize my cursor's been hidden this entire game. I don't even have to worry about you guys seeing it. Nice. Confetti falls from the rafters as they look around, basking in the celebration. Lena's smile is huge, while Cyrus seems a little stunned by the reaction. The three of them link hands to take a bow, and then the rest of us join them one last time for a final bow all together. Throughout it, Lena and Cyrus never let go of each other. Whoa! I didn't know this guy in the front also liked Please Be Happy. He must be a big dog fan. Or a big fan of that person in the front there. Being them and all. When everything is over and everyone goes backstage to clean up and congratulate each other, I say goodbye to pretty much everyone except those two. I look around to try to find them, but can't. Finally, the sound of a door opening catches my ear. I peek around the corner of a hallway to see Lena and Cyrus standing in a door to the outside, about to step out together. I'd say they've earned the right to leave early, and skip out on the cleaning. As the door shuts behind them, I smile to myself. I think they're gonna do just fine. Make like a tree, put on a performance with Lena. I think we did pretty good on these, except Kim, who we haven't interacted with for the second half of this game at all. Sorry, Kim. Even though Aspen shows up for breakfast, I'm too preoccupied to do much but eat and respond on autopilot. You haven't been keeping up with the story. What was the play about? I don't remember what the play was about. It's just a play. I don't think the context of the play matters too greatly. We might have gone into it briefly at some point. No, we did. We did go into it. The play was Swan Lake, I believe. But they had like the roles switched around. That's right. They swapped the roles around in the play. I think they just like flipped every main role. Yeah. So nobody was playing because normally like Lena was playing the main guy and then yeah, they just rotated them basically. Like when people like do Romeo and Juliet and they just switch the Romeo and the Juliet, that kind of thing. Here we go. Even though Aspen shows up for breakfast, I'm too preoccupied to do much but eat and respond on autopilot. After a predictably sleepless night, I can barely stay focused enough to chew. Yeah, no problem. It's very minor compared to the rest of the plot, which is a lot. But I'm so out of it that Aspen has to wave her hand in my face to get my attention.
Miho!
Yeah?
I was going to ask if you're okay, but I think I need to ask what's wrong instead.
What do you mean?
You've been chewing on an empty fork for a little bit now.
It's really good metal. I look at the utensil in my hand.
Oops.
Aspen gently sets my brutalized fork onto the table. My plate is so full, I'm not sure if I actually had any food or not.
Is this about your secret idea from yesterday?
Smash McJewel. Sweet, sweet vanadium.
You're good.
I like to think I know you pretty well. Is it something you can talk to us about yet?
I mean, you got less than a day to do all of this, so you need to get it out there. Juliet also leans in to show she's listening, although she doesn't interject. I can feel my pulse rise in response to the sudden attention. Even Happy is watching me. This is the whole reason I decided so quickly. I should just get it over with.
I'm going to smash my bean.
In the last scene before the play, I was gonna make a Smash Bros joke, and I realized that it would have been super relevant. And I can't go back in time and make that joke. So I'm just gonna talk about how I was gonna make it. Because Fire Emblem Fates, there's this whole thing about choosing your own fate. Choosing your own fate, because it's Fire Emblem Fates. And then there's two routes. There's the Brotherhood route and the Conquest route. It's like you join your actual blood family, or the family you have bonded with over the years. And then when Smash Bros came out, they had the trailer where it's like, I choose my own path. I settle it in Smash. And I was gonna make a joke about that, and I was like, that's gonna be way too much of a reach. Way too much of a reach to make sense, until I realized, like, we're literally talking about smashing something. That wouldn't have been a reach at all. That would have been the perfect time for it. Just, it would have been a joke for me and like, two people. But yeah, you're pretending you said it? Oh, cool. Yeah, I said that joke before. It was really relevant, right? Pretty funny.
I don't know for sure, but if I do that, I think my magic will go away. The problem is, I don't know what else will happen to me.
Looks like each can be funny to say with confidence. Yeah,
I
true.
think I'll be okay. And B thinks so too.
Hey, listen. She knows more about you than you do. Except for the stuff that you know more about her, about you, than she knows about you. And I would say those are pretty good odds. While Juliet continues to look shocked, Aspen's face flips through emotions like I'm changing channels on the TV.
Smash it? Are you sure? That's awfully permanent.
With a hammer. Many times in a row.
And what do you mean, what else? What do you mean, you think?
How do you feel about adopting a fox if I happen to not be me anymore? I could still hang out, right? You just chill with your cats. You can give me head scratches. That'd be not so bad, right? I might not be able to take care of a dog very well.
Have you thought?
Aspen.
All Aspen has to do is look at Juliet and she cuts herself off.
I'm sorry. I'm sure you've thought about it. But that's so sudden. I'm sure you can see why I'm so shocked.
It's been on my mind for a while, and it's all I could think about last night. It's what I want to do, though. I told Amaya I would, for one thing. And I'd feel a lot better if I didn't have to worry about either of you forgetting about me.
Me too. God, me too.
Went back to Fox, she'd have to run away, I think. She'd have to. I don't think she'd have to. Well, I don't know. I think the big question when she goes back to Box is whether she would, like, regain the more human parts of her, like, memory. Oh. In my head, I picture it like Princess Tutu, like I was saying before. I guess spoilers for Princess Tutu? I don't want to spoil Princess. Princess Tutu is old. If you don't want Princess Tutu spoiled, say something now. It's my favorite anime, though, so... But, it could end like that. I don't think it's going to, but it could. Which is, like, not the worst case scenario, but it's not the best either. By any means. Princess Tutu's really good. It's the best. It's the best there's been. Either way, the spoiler for that. There isn't a happy couple at the end. In fact, the original happy couple was never going to be the actual happy couple that was set out for. But at the end, the main character of that is a duck turned into a girl who can kind of turn back and forth because she has a pendant, which is why I'm like drawing the parallels right now. But at the end of it, she is forced to give it all up and just live as a duck. And she stays with Fakir, who is the man she ends up with, but it's like, you know, obviously it's not the happily ever after ending. It's just sort of like bittersweet companionship of a man and the duck who he loved previously. Still loves, but obviously it's different now because she's a duck now. Yeah. Which I wouldn't put this game. I wouldn't put bittersweet endings like that past this game. But I think it'll work out. It is rough. It is a rough end. It's such a good series, though. Yeah, no, you gotta watch it. That's super big spoilers. Like, that's insanely big spoilers. So, yeah. That's like... spoilers of the last episode. The second half of the show is where it goes the hardest, too. The first half of the show is very, like, Inuyasha in, like, structure. And, like, not as important. Still watch it all. It's, like, 20-something episodes. But, like, the last 12 episodes are, like, super crucial stuff. Last 6 in particular are, like, really important stuff. And it gets meta. It's, like, the first, like, super meta magical girl show I've watched. Anyway, back to the game so we can finish it this night.
Your magic is more than just being forgotten, though. That, plus your ability to transform, plus, I would imagine, your immortality.
Yeah, that's a pretty big one. I wonder... now I need to know... Now I'm curious how that stuff plays out in the Juliet route. Pretty different, I imagine. Yeah, I feel like the Juliet route has to end out pretty differently. Either that, or it's just gonna be like, Juliet watches another person she loves grow old and die kind of thing. But I don't feel like that's the way that route goes. I don't know. I'm curious.
Miho!
I know. I thought about that too. And I'm okay with that. I want to feel more. I want things to mean more to me. I don't think that can happen unless I know I'm going to lose them someday. That's something both of you helped me realize.
I meet Juliet's gaze.
You too. And Cosette.
Her eyes go wide and settle into motherly contentment. Closing her eyes, she nods in acknowledgement of what I said. Cosette was Juliet's daughter, who was not immortal like Juliet, so passage of time. Aspen grabs my hands, one in each of hers, holding them to her heart as she faces me.
Miho, I don't know what to say. There's so much that I don't know if I could get through it all. So, I'll just trust you. I'll trust that you know what's right for you, and I'll support you in that. Always.
Oh shit. Aspen has barely finished talking when there's a sudden flash of light from my necklace, causing both Aspen and Juliet to recoil in shock. Happy yups in surprise too.
What the?
I instantly cut my hands around my bead, which contains a lot of the light, but not all of it. Aspen still has to use one arm to shield her eyes. Somehow, despite the brightness, I'm able to see through it, unbothered. The bead seems to be shaking, and I don't think it's because of my hands. It's still whole, but just barely. It's had its fill of whatever it was looking for. I can feel it. It's needy. The magic within it wants to burst free and escape. All three of us exchange a look, knowing that it's pointless to say anything else about the issue. Whether it's instinct or just my own inner strength, I grit my teeth and stand up.
It's time.
Moment of truth. I walk to the front door, hoping that I'm not shaking as badly as I think I am. Aspen, Juliet, and Happy are right behind me, but I don't look back until I'm out the door standing in the sunlight. Aspen comes to my side, gripping my arm as she leans in for a kiss. Closing my eyes and focusing on the feeling of her against my side, I feel the storm in my belly calm down a little bit. Little claws dig into me as Happy stands up on his hind legs, pressing his paw into me as well. Juliet remains on the doorway, just out of reach of the sunlight, but I know she's watching anxiously too. My hands are trembling as I reach for my necklace. Aspen places her hands on mine, steadying it as I undo the clasp. For the first time since I slipped it on, I carefully remove my bead and set the rest aside. It's strangely heavy in my palm. Maybe I shouldn't call it strange. It's carrying a lot of memories in it. Still, it's small enough that when I curl my fingers, it's hidden entirely. Closing my eyes, I take a deep breath, and then another, preparing myself for what I'm about to do.
Wait!
My eyes shoot back open.
Before you do, there's something I have to ask. I'd regret it forever if I don't.
What is it? You can ask me anything.
She looks conflicted. I have no idea what her question could even be. Finally, she copies me, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath before snapping her gaze to mine.
Can I touch your ears?
It's a good question. Yes. Yeah. I'm progressing dialogue, by the way.
Huh?
For as long as I've known you, I've wanted to ask. But it seems so rude, so I kept putting it off.
She might not have ears soon. She might lose her ears. That's fair. That's a fair question.
I can't put it off anymore, though.
I think she'd be okay with that. You guys have done more than that already, I'm sure. I take a second to process what she said, and then I burst out laughing. Of everything she could have said, that definitely wouldn't have been one of my guesses. She looks so guilty about asking that it makes me laugh even harder, until I'm doubled over and unable to stand up straight. It did soften the mood. Tears start to stream from my eyes, taking a lot of my tension away with them. I can only nod in response, unable to actually answer Aspen's question with words. After a couple seconds, she can't keep from laughing either, even as she approaches me. She is respecting boundaries. I'm impressed. Like, they've cuddled up together and they've smooched. And I'm just surprised. I'm surprised she hasn't touched her ears at all to this point. But you know what? Good on her. I force myself upright at least a bit more and tilt my head for her. Her fingers hesitantly settle on my ears and she scratches a few times the same way she pets Happy. I see why he likes it so much. Aspen doesn't spend too long before moving away from me. She looks a lot more relieved, too.
Okay, I've gotten that out of my system. Why don't you? Miho!
She gasps and points at my hand. I look down. Without even meaning to, I clenched my fist at some point. Familiar light shines between the gaps, turning into vapor and rising towards the sky. Did we just break it on accident? I uncurl my fingers, revealing a small pile of glowing dust and shards of my bead. The shards aren't sharp. In fact, they aren't anything. Can't even feel them there. Turning my hand over, I dump the debris onto the ground. A lot of the dust disappears as it falls. And and so do some of the pieces. A couple of them hit the ground before vanishing. She was so captivated by the ear scratch, she accidentally just busted it up early. Go figure. Only one piece, the largest one, lasts for any time at all, instead of evaporating instantly. It slowly dissolves, with most of the powder being carried away by the wind. So far, she seems good. Soon all that's left is a tiny seed that looks like it's come from some unknown plant. Was this part of my bead too? I'll never know the answer because the wind picks up and takes that with it too. Although it doesn't disappear into nothingness, it's gone from sight in an instant. If it was, then maybe it's on its way to someone else who needs it, just like Zhongyin. It'll travel the world again, never quite coming to rest. I think they'd love to be part of the wind, laughing along with the breeze, so I'm sure they'll know where to take it. The instant that the last trace of magic disappears, I can feel my body start to change. Oh no. It's similar to changing into a fox, but still different. My ears shrink down and my tail retracts, but the rest of me stays the same. Apparently Aspen was right to ask about the ears. My hair brushes against my shoulders as new. Different ears take the place of my fox ones. Feels like stretching after being cramped up for a long time. Like always, the transformation is quick, a few seconds from start to finish. Oh god, the lighting on this model is terrible. That went better in my head. Okay, this model is hecked up. That was gonna be a funny thing that I could do to make it like match the game, and it did not work. So, whoops, that's fine. That's fine. All of these are washed out. Switching to one that had normal ears. I messed up. We'll do that one. Sure, it's fine. I tried. You can't even see my ears. Now you can kind of see them. There you go. There. If I turn my head, I have normal ears now. I'm mirroring the game. Look how cool I am. Like always, the transformation is quick, only a few seconds from start to finish. Except, it's not always anymore. There is no next time. Also, thank you, Realty. I turn around to face Aspen and Juliet again, just as a tearful Aspen rushes into me, wrapping me in the tightest hug I've ever felt. We both have bare shoulders now. That's true. Somehow, her lips managed to find mine, and my first experience as a human couldn't be any better. Happy doesn't wait long before demanding to be noticed, too. So I step away from Aspen in order to kneel down and pet him. He seems to handle this change a lot better than me, turning into a fox. Since he doesn't growl or act any different at all, I wonder if he even notices the change. Finally, there's Juliet, who has tears of her own in her eyes. As I climb the stairs, she steps forward and pulls me into an embrace of her own.
Congratulations, Miho.
Thank you for everything.
Juliet lets go of me and then steps further back into the house and away from the sunlight. the rest of us go inside too. I feel strangely normal. Other than being a bit dizzy, I feel exactly the same as I did 5 minutes ago. Even the dizziness will probably go away once I get used to not having a tail. I'm not sure what I was expecting being human to feel like, but I thought it would at least feel like something. I don't mind being wrong about this one. I know that I'm right about the human part, though. That same intuition that guided me my whole life tells me that. That's reassuring as well. I'm still me through and through. We go back to the kitchen, which also seems absurdly normal. I feel like I should at least do something to celebrate or commemorate the occasion. But really, just being able to go on with my everyday life feels like a reward itself. Passing by to say hi before going to bed. Have a good night, Minaxi. Good to have ya. Like Lena leaving the Bell House, maybe it'll hit me harder later on, after the novelty is worn off. But right now, I'm just excited to keep living. After Juliet goes to bed, Aspen and I leash up Happy and take him for a walk around town. I notice a few differences, like not being able to smell or hear quite as well as I could before. I don't mind, though. The trade-off is more than worth it. My first day as a human isn't too different from my last few days as a Gumiho, and that's just fine with me. Aspen stays as late as she can, and when she finally leaves to return to her own apartment, she does it with a promise to meet up again tomorrow. That night, laying awake next to Happy, I look out my bedroom window at the city I've come to know so well. I'd started to take the view for granted, but I'm going to have to unlearn all of that. I really want to be grateful for what I have, since someday, it'll all be gone. For what will be the last time for a while, Aspen shows up at the library for breakfast. It's been our routine ever since I came to Wellington, and it's bittersweet that it'll be coming to an end. An ending is just a chance for a new beginning, though.
So, tomorrow's the big day.
That's right. I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight. I don't know if I'll have time to sleep tonight.
The cafe's gotta get opened up early, too. So, that would make breakfast kind of rough.
At least you'll have plenty of coffee to drink in the morning.
Still throws me off seeing her with normal ears.
That's true. As long as no one drops the coffee maker or something. Oh, here I go again. I keep imagining 100 things that could go wrong.
I'm sure there are a million things that will go right.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Thanks. I'm sure you're both right. I just can't help being me.
You know what? I want to change my mind on the model I'm using. I want to use this one. God, all my old models look so weird now. I'm not used to my old models. They have changed a lot for the better, thankfully. Okay, I can't do that. I can't do that. Never mind. That model doesn't look as good as I thought it did. There you go. This one's fine. I'll do that one. That works.
That's why I know it'll go well.
Yeah, the two-color eyes is fun. I mean, I do that. I've done that on a few. I can just change them however I like, so it's the nice thing about chromatophore, whatever the hell my cells are. Cuttlefish cells. You change colors around. It's convenient. I just like green, so I usually stick to it. All of my old models feel so weird to use now, though, because the old face sculpt was really bad. It's okay. I'm gonna have my normal ears again so I can use the model I spent literally all day working on. It's fine. It's fine. Happy and I hang out in the kitchen while Aspen and Juliet browse around to find books for Aspen's reading corner. Once she has a few picked out, Juliet heads to bed, and Aspen rejoins the dog and me. She picks up her purse where she left it on the counter earlier and sits down.
So, after your bead broke yesterday, it gave me an idea for a secret ritual of my own.
She shakes the bag, and I can hear paper crinkle inside.
Oh, like magic?
No magic, just superstition. I guess you could call it. Or symbolism. Something along those lines.
Let's do it.
You don't even know what it is yet.
So? It's something you want to do, and that's enough for me.
Yeah.
I hope you're up for a bit of a walk then, because I'd like to go up Mount Victoria.
I'll go get Happy's leash.
On the way up to the top of the mountain, we talk about everything except why we're there. At the summit, we stop and Aspen looks around.
I see why you come up here so often. I'm glad the new store is closer. I could do with a few more chances to clear my head.
Having a nice place to walk is always good.
I'm glad you like it up here too. I know it's not a secret or anything, but it feels like my place.
I know what you mean. That used to be the library for me.
Used to?
It's special in a different way now. A wonderful way, to be sure, but not the same as when I was just a regular patron browsing the shelves. But up here, I feel calm in the same way when I sit down with a good book. Not just a good one, but a favourite. One that I know I can go back to again and again and enjoy just as much as the first time I read it.
Jen slings her purse from her shoulder and reaches in. Happy gets his hopes up, probably thinking that it's just where sandwiches grow, but he'll have to be disappointed this time. Wait, where do sandwiches grow then? I need to know. Instead, what Aspen takes out is a small stack of paper. At first, I'm afraid it's The Fox and the Grove, which is silly because I keep that safely in my room with my scroll. On closer inspection, I recognize the fancy logo at the top.
That's from the book company, right? The one you almost signed with?
Yes. This was the contract they offered me. I held on to it to think about, and then afterwards held on to it as a reminder. I think I need to move on from it too, now. Just like you were saying about your bead. For a long time, I thought of my self-worth purely in terms of what I could make or give to the world. In other words, how good my writing was. That sure turned out to be a mistake. I always knew it was, of course. Still, once you're that far into the hole, it can be tough to dig yourself back out. I have you to thank in part for that. For helping me find my own strength that I needed. That's why I don't need this anymore. Not as a reminder or a motivator.
She got a litter? Maybe a little bit.
I don't need it to tell me what I'm worth.
It's paper. It'll be fine. Let's rip it up into really little pieces first. You got here right at the very end, so if things look different, it's because we're at the very end of the route. Hi, Thank you. Colors are a little off because I messed with them to try to fix the colors on another thing. I was using an old model for a second, and then I realized my old models look bad. So I had to stop myself. Why is there no color in my face? What happened? Okay, but that's fine. From top to bottom, Aspen rips the papers in half. Then she tucks those into a pile and rips them again. Then she rips those. She holds out her handful of shredded paper like I held out my shattered bead. Just like then, the wind eagerly picks up the pieces and carries them away out to sea. They toss and flutter in the wind, scattering directions before they're even past the edge of the mountain. Aspen watches them go, hand still outstretched. Not to bring them back, but to keep them away. In just seconds, they're gone from sight.
I tore up the rejection letters too. The ones I'd been keeping in my box, envelopes and all. I saved a copy of my manuscript instead. That's what I really want to look back on someday and smile about.
It's a really good shot. That's why I'm bent over backwards right now.
Not to forget the bad, but to remember the good too. I'll always associate it with these days here with you, and with the new store, and everything else.
The last time we played, she, got a letter from the publisher she wanted to work with, and they rejected her, and then they had, like, a counter offer, which had her basically rewriting most of her script. It might have been two different publishers. Either way, it was basically, like, sacrifice the integrity of the work she wanted to put out. And so she was slaving away on rewriting everything, and she just hated herself for it. She was at an all-time low there for a little bit. But she's moved past it. Also, Miho. A lot has happened with Miho. A lot has happened with her. She destroyed her jewel, or rather, her jewel got destroyed. She was going to destroy it, but it did end up crumbling apart on its own, and she is just a person now. She is mortal, and she is human. As she rejected the Gumiho evolution because she wanted to just stay with Aspen and lead a normal life with people.
I think those will be much happier memories to keep, don't you?
I do. I never want to forget how I feel right now either. Or any of my time here.
I don't think we will. I'm not sure how we could.
Yeah, I was talking about Aspen, and then I was talking about Miho, the fox girl, afterwards. Or the girl. She's not a fox girl anymore, she's just girl.
And even though the future is scary at times, it scares me right now when I think of opening the store tomorrow. I'm excited. I'm excited to face it with you and with Juliet.
Oh wait. I'm dumb, I just realized. I literally have an alternate version of this without the antlers. That's better. Okay.
And with Happy, of course.
And with Happy. Also, we have a dog now.
Of course.
Named Happy. That's Happy. The three of us stand quietly together, facing the horizon and the future. Aspen's right. It is intimidating, but that's exciting in its own way. If there's one lesson that I've learned, one most important thing, is that I can't just wait for the future to come to me. Happy is not ugly. Happy is adorable. You take that back. I have to reach out and grab it for myself. Happy is a rescue that we love dearly and have been taken care of. It was a precious child. Arriving at the new Bell House, it's immediately obvious that Aspen didn't know to worry about no one showing up. Didn't need to worry about no one showing up. Juliet and I are there an hour early, but we're not even the first to arrive. There's already a small line of people waiting when we get there. A box of Aspen's requested books in tow. Some of the staff are running around outside looking stressed. Others are indoors setting up the display cases and brewing coffee. They also look pretty stressed. I recognize one or two of the employees from the other Bell House, but I don't know their names. Most of them I've seen before. It's just the aprons. I've never seen before, it's just the aprons that give them away. Despite the nervousness, everything seems to be running pretty smoothly. One person that I do recognize is Regina, Aspen's boss. She strolls around the place looking calmer than the other workers. She's probably done this more than once. I'm no expert, but I don't see any problems anywhere. Aspen's done a great job getting everything ready to go. She's been here since before I woke up, so I haven't seen her in person yet, although we've been messaging throughout the morning when possible. I let her know that Juliet and I have arrived, but the message sits unread. I spot another familiar face, though at the same time, she spots us.
Hey, mijo!
Lena! She slips out the front door and jogs over to where Happy and I are standing. Juliet's retreated off under the shade of the building room.
Hi, Lena. How's it going?
Oh, pretty normal day. Hang on a sec, though. Something's different about you.
Could be anything. Could be anything.
Yeah. Did you get a haircut?
Hey, listen. We're not the dumbest person in the scene for a change. That's pretty cool.
Wait, no, I see it.
Vampire Girl is cute, but she's too prim and proper for me. Yeah. That's all. Also, coffee shop. Kind of drew me in, but no. His personality was like a little too serious for me. I'm not super up on super serious, although I'm curious to try that on my own time now, because it's very obvious that the two routes are going to be dramatically different the way they end. Like, I have a feeling that the Juliet route is going to end not with us turning into a human. It's going to be just like a standard eternal magical creature relationship. It's kind of the impression I'm getting based off of this ending.
Don't tell me they gave you an haircut too!
Nope. They went away on their own.
Your cuts aren't a thing, Lena.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you swallow the bead in that route. I could see that. That makes sense. Because you have to do something, right? The bead is reacting and it needs some sort of, like, response. Can't just be, like, maintained in the status quo. It's kind of a forced one or the other. But it's like, can't postpone it forever.
I broke the bead that gave me my magic, and so now I'm just a regular human.
And Rocket, you wouldn't need to get turned into a vampire, because she herself was immortal until she turned into a human. So, like, they were already on the same page, despite being Vampire Nagumiho. Her face goes pale.
And I thought it was bad that I dropped the coffee machine this morning!
I mean, that was bad that you dropped the coffee machine this morning, but, you know, it happens.
Oh, nah. I did it on purpose. I wanted this to happen.
Seriously? Why would you do that?
Because I got tired of people forgetting about me all the time. I want to be able to live a normal life, even if it's one that has an end.
Oh, Rocket, that's more predictable, too. She was straight up going to evolve into another form of Gumiho. I think that's more interesting than just like vampire. That's a really played out plotline is the thing. But she was already magical and going to have her own transformation that we didn't see. So, I don't know. I don't think that would be an improvement. Either way, we didn't take that route. We took the Aspen route, and I'm enjoying the happy ending to the Aspen route right now. So that's a hypothetical for a different playthrough.
I'm starting a new job soon, too. One that I couldn't do if nobody remembered me.
Oh, congrats! You're gonna kick life's butt, aren't ya?
That's not quite the way I'd put it, but yeah, I guess so.
Well, it's the right way. The only right way. Go ahead, ask me why that is.
Why that is?
Why is...
Because you've gotta beat life into giving you what you want.
Yeah, beat the shit out of life. Get a baseball bat and just bludgeon the heck out of life. That's my motto. She does a fake punch that comes close to hitting me in the real face.
When it thinks it's got you down, that's when you've got to fight back even harder. Never give up. Never surrender!
But I love Lena. She's great. Also, she's, what is the Toy Soldiers or whatever? Kind of impossible to not be impressed with Lena's enthusiasm, even when it's like this.
And you can only do that when you've got something to fight for. Like Aspen, or your friends, or your dog! Wait, when did you get a dog?
I have a dog now.
This is Happy. I've had him for a few days now.
He does look happy! What's his name?
Once again, I am actually the smartest person in this scene.
No, that is his name. Happy.
I have a feeling I'm going to have to do this a lot in the future. Still, I like the name. I guess you could say it makes me happy too. Once Lena finishes introducing herself to the dog, she finally notices the box of books on top of the wagon that we brought.
Oh, are those for Aspen? I'll take them in and let her know you're here. Although she might be busy until after she cuts the ribbon.
That's fine. Thanks for letting her know. I'll be with Juliet.
Got it!
I pass the wagon's handle to Lena and she rolls it around to the back entrance. Happy and I go wait next to Juliet, not too far from the line to get in. She adjusts her parasol to give us a bit of extra shade, too.
What do you think? I'm quite impressed with what they've done here. It has its own distinct feeling while still clearly being the Bell House.
Yeah, I love it. I can tell Aspen put her heart into it.
On one side of the cafe is a park, and on the other is a row of shops that are just as cute as the Bell House. None of them have such a long line, though. There are only a couple minutes left until the grand opening, and everyone in the crowd knows it. I do a quick head count. There are almost 24 people standing in line, not counting Juliet and myself. There are a few others who aren't in line either, like a reporter taking pictures and someone that must be Regina's husband. The warm, cozy scent of fresh bread and coffee are as strong here as the other location. Maybe even stronger, since we're outside and can still smell them. Oh, smell of fresh bread is good. I can't see in through the frosted glass windows, but I imagine they're all doing a last-minute scramble, taking care of final touch-ups before it's time. A blue ribbon is draped across the front doors. Those suddenly open inward, leaving the ribbon still hanging, and Aspen appears dressed in uniform. She looks around, spotting me and Juliet, and gives us a small wave. But she quickly focuses her attention on the crowd.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for coming. We appreciate you showing up before you're actually able to have your coffee.
A couple people chuckle.
My whole team has worked very hard to make today's opening a success. So we're very proud to officially open our doors to everyone.
Yay.
Lena!
Coming!
I can hear Lena, but can't see her. I can, however, see the look of disapproval on Aspen's face as Lena runs up to her with a pair of scissors. Even that disappears in a flash, though, as with a big smile, Aspen cuts through the ribbon in a single snip. She steps aside, letting the line of people begin to enter. As the first customer passes through the door, a chorus of cheers comes from inside.
Welcome to the Bell House!
It's all the people who work here. It takes a few minutes, but finally, Aspen emerges from the building and comes over to where we are. I reach out my arms to embrace her, but she shakes her head.
No, don't hug me, I'm gross. As soon as I get home, I'm taking 3 showers and 2 naps.
That's excessive.
You deserve them. Everything looks amazing. You've done a great job.
Thanks. Wait until you actually go inside.
See it, I want to see it.
Although maybe it's better to wait until tomorrow for that.
I want it tomorrow.
You're already quite popular. I'm not sure if tomorrow will be any slower.
That's a good problem to have if it happens. I can show you around right now if you really want, but it's going to be awfully crowded in there.
It's fine. You can show us another time. We'll be here again soon, for sure.
Indeed. I'm looking forward to trying out the reading corner for myself.
Yes, me too. Lena told me you brought the books. Thank you so much.
We're like almost done, but I need to run to the bathroom, so we're gonna take a quick little few minute break. So sorry for interruption, but I will be right back. And we're back. Hello. I'd say enough, you're the queen of cool visual effects. Oh, thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, I like that screen, it makes me happy. Oh, I have a really big new scene that I made that I haven't actually used yet. I'll probably bust that out in the next week or so. I'll definitely have it out before the end of the new year, but I made a whole new set, so that'll be fun to play around with. Alright, where were we?
Oh, of course. I hope they find their way into many new hands.
I'll make sure they do. I want to do some kind of discount for people who are working or reading here.
I mean, it's nothing too fancy, but it's something I worked on off and on for a few months. specifically for New Year. But obviously, using it for just one day would be ridiculous, so.
I'm not sure what it'll be yet, but I want to help out students and artists, even if it's just a free cup of coffee.
I like free coffee. I qualify for all of the things you just said. Coffee place.
I'm already getting ahead of myself, though. We've been open for all of 10 minutes, and I'm planning what to do next.
That's
you
entrepreneurial
make that sound like
spirit.
it's a bad thing. But this place only exists because you dreamed about it, right?
I've always wanted to open a coffee shop. It'd be cool.
Well, yes. I suppose so. I need my feet on the ground right now, though. I could let my head off into the clouds when my shift is over. Which, unfortunately, is still several more hours from now. I'm going to have a few words with whoever
I have
it
a
was
coffee
that
shop.
put together
I
this
just don't
schedule.
talk about it.
Is that where you got that bread from? It's like a bakery coffee shop? That's pretty cool. Will you, like, get me some coffee sometime? Like, unlike the other Fishbone, I know you haven't been living here a long time, so you could get me some coffee to pay your part of the rent. I wouldn't mind that. Just saying.
Was it you?
It absolutely was. After my naps and showers, I'll come by to visit this evening. Do you have any plans for how you want to spend your last couple days before your own new adventure, Miho?
Alright, we gotta work soon. That's the whole reason we're, like, doing a bunch of stuff. That's right.
Other than with you? Nah, not really.
Thank you for the nothing, Rota.
I think I might go for a walk.
That hasn't been
It's been a while since I just wandered around.
Rare or nothing.
You've come so far since then, both literally and figuratively.
Yeah, I miss it a little bit.
Go wander then, and I'll see you at dinner.
Definitely.
Dinner.
Goodbye, Aspen, and good luck with the rest of the day.
I'm gonna have a super
see you
late dinner
tonight.
once I'm done with this. I'm hitting lots of, like, random little lag spikes. Do I have anything open in the background? Not really. It's just getting mad at me. That's fine, we're almost done.
I think I'll be returning home myself. If you're going to be out for a while, then would you like me to take Happy back with me?
Okay. I feel like that might be affecting sound, too. I'm gonna relaunch BC Face real quick. Sorry, 1 second. Any day now. BC Face does lag out after a while sometimes. Especially if I change models a lot, which I did like 20 times this stream, so that's fair. Okay. We're back. We rollin', we rollin', we rollin'. Rollin'.
Yeah, please. I think I'll be out for a bit.
I pass the leash to Juliet. Happy doesn't fight against leaving me anymore. He knows that I'll come back to him. I watch as those two head off back the way we came, the opposite direction of the Bell House. One other direction leads into town, but it's the fourth and most familiar path that I follow. For the second day in a row, I find myself atop Mount Victoria, although I pass others going both up and down the mountain. I'm alone at the summit for the moment, just me and the breeze. Leaning against the railing, I take in the sights again. The bustling city, the swaying trees, the cerulean ocean. All over, everywhere. look, it's alive. Every person, every leaf, every single creature. We're not so different after all. We're all just doing what we can to survive, to keep going, and to hopefully make tomorrow a little better than today. I can't count how many times I've been up here enjoying this view, and I can't even begin to guess how many more times I'll come here in my lifetime. And yet, that's what makes it so precious today. Because someday, I won't be able to come here anymore. All I'll be able to do is think back and remember how it made me feel. So I'd better feel as much as I can while I can. Even now, I can spot things that are different from yesterday. I passed different people on the way up here. Different boats dot the glittering horizon. Different airships come and go. As much as it feels like it sometimes, and as much as I used to believe it was true, nothing ever really stays the same. From the streets to the sea, and even myself. Like clouds, we grow and change until someday we disappear. There's a noticeable absence where my necklace hangs, but it isn't the aching kind of loss that feels like something gone when it shouldn't be. Instead, it's more like nostalgia. Missing something, but knowing I can't go back to it. But the world and existence I'm thinking of doesn't even exist anymore. Maybe it never did. I've been to so much of the world without really seeing any of it, after all. There's plenty of time to fix that, though. Years and years to enjoy to the fullest. At the end, I hope to feel the same way Jong-in did, surrounded by the people they loved and content with the life they had lived. Maybe, like them, I'll continue to exist in some way still. In the thoughts and stories of everyone that I cared about, and that cared about me. For someone who's not used to being remembered, a legacy like that doesn't sound too bad. Maybe someday, someone will stand up here like me, looking out at the world and seeing proof that I once lived and existed. It's okay if they don't know me or my name. That doesn't bother me. But if there's one more bird singing its song than there would have been had I never existed, then that's enough. A sudden gust sweeps across the mountain, down through the forest, and out towards the sea. It ripples through my hair the same way it ripples through the trees. As the leaves rustle together in the breeze, it sounds like warm laughter. Little fox, where is your home? The wind whispers. Closing my eyes, I relax and surrender myself to it all.
Right here.
Please be happy. Yay, we did it! Not the ending I expected. Oh! This is also Datobu, I believe. So Miho sings the ending song too. Yeah, that was a good game. I really liked it a lot. The Tapu is Pog.
So I put a bookmark in this chapter of my life. I take the pressed flower to remember you by. Getting older will mean that you're not on my mind. Together we'll be young till we die. With just a word or two, the year will end so soon.
trying to date a single mother.
Shut up, Fishbone. Yeah, there were. This game had a lot of cry points for sure. At least one per stream. Sometimes two.
Until it cries forward to remember you by. And if getting older will mean that you're not on my mind. Together we'll be until
Great
we
to see you.
die.
Welcome.
Maybe
We
I'll forget
just finished the game.
you. Maybe you'll forget me too.
I hope you've been well.
I'll treasure every second, and I know that you will
That's totally okay. People get busy. It's good to see you though. I miss you too. I'm actually just now starting a break, so I'll get in touch. We should catch up more over the next couple weeks when I have more free time. Thank you for playing. Yeah. No, the other ending has to be drastically different because I didn't expect like half of the things they. Oh, we have an epilogue. We have an epilogue. Okay then. After months away, my first few breaths of Wellington air are the most refreshing I've ever had. Happy elopes alongside me, just as glad to be back. He's even worse on airships than I am, although we've both gotten better with them over the past few years. We walk along the familiar streets, past the library where I used to live, until we reach the house. I fumble with my keys for a second before letting us inside. Oh, we had a reasonable time jump. Percy and Byron both scatter immediately, like they always do when they see Happy. I'm definitely not the person they were expecting to walk in. I don't take more than a couple minutes to enjoy the comfort of being home before I'm back out the door, leaving Happy with the cats. The bookstore isn't too far away. That was one of Aspen's conditions when we were looking for a place together. It's close to the Bell House, too, although it's been more than a year since Aspen handed the keys over. I can't talk anymore. It's been over more than a year since Aspen handed over the keys to that place to Lena. There are signs in the window of the bookshop advertising today's event, along with a picture of a familiar face. I step inside quietly, not wanting to interrupt anyone. There's a small line of people near the back, each waiting for their turn to approach the table where Aspen's sitting. Of course, she doesn't notice when I walk in because she's busy talking to someone. I linger behind one of the bookshelves, watching. Aspen waves a hand in greeting as a new person walks up, offering their copy of her book. She signs it with a flourish. The hours she spent practicing her autograph paying off. Smiling, she hands it back, thanking them for coming by. It's almost the end of her 2-hour signing session, and there are still a few copies left on the table beside her. But there are several folks around the store carrying their newly autographed books, and I'm sure there were plenty more earlier. As the last person in line steps up to the table, I go and take their place. Aspen signs the book and sends them on, stretching her fingers before looking at me.
Hello there.
Her face morphs from her customer service smile to surprise as she actually notices me. I walk closer and hold out my copy of her book, the one I read on the airship ride over.
Hey, I'm not too late to get this signed, am I?
Miho! I thought you weren't supposed to be back for another week.
I wasn't. But I decided to come home early because I didn't want to miss this.
Aspen takes the book from my hands and signs it with the gold pin in her hands, drawing a little heart next to the end.
Thank you for being here. It means the world to me. You should have said you were coming, though.
But then it wouldn't have been a surprise.
You and your surprises. Well, this is certainly the best kind.
How'd the signing go? Happy and I just got back, so I couldn't have come any earlier.
It went well. Long, but well. My hand hasn't been this sore in ages. But I couldn't be happier. At least, not now that you're here. I was a little worried that no one would show up, but it's actually been somewhat busy. You just missed Mum and Dad, although they're staying in town overnight, so you'll have to come see them later.
Sounds good. I'll be here for a while. What about Juliet?
She and I are having dinner tonight. You'll come too, right? I know she'll want to see you as well.
Of course. I want to be there when your book goes up on the shelves.
You know, I hadn't even thought about that. Somewhere in the chaos of all this book release nonsense, I'd forgotten all about the library.
I do have to wonder if, I'm curious if this epilogue scene changes too. Because I remember last time we played, there were a couple questions that I was asked about whether I wanted to settle down in one place or whether I wanted to, like, keep exploring. And, I'm kind of curious if that's also something that changes. It might be. Somewhere in the chaos of all this book release nonsense, I'd forgotten all about the library.
Good thing I came back early, huh?
Indeed. As much as I love being able to tell people how my wife is traveling around the world, saving animals.
They're married. Cool.
I much prefer having her here with me.
Smiling, I reached for my book, still in Aspen's hands.
Should we get going then?
But Aspen pulls it back, just out of my reach.
Nope, you haven't paid yet.
Paid?
Yes, there's a special tax just for you.
It's actually double what everyone else pays. Get used to it.
Oh? What is it?
Although I'm pretty sure I already know the answer. That's not a tax, that's a kiss, are you stupid? I step closer as Aspen leans across the table to kiss me, holding on to it for support. In that moment, all the jet lag and aches and pains of travel melt away, replaced with pure bliss.
All right. Now I'm ready to go.
Gross. You just kissed your wife, you gay or something? Weird. GST, PST, and now KST. That makes sense. That checks out. Yay! Yeah, I think that epilogue is something that probably changes. Let me look at the achievement here. Aspen's wild ending. There's probably an ending where we aren't traveling around the world helping animals. But because of my choices last time, they gave us this version of it. So I guess there's probably like 2 variations for Aspen and 2 for Juliet, maybe? That might be it. Really good game. Really good game. I liked it a lot. Thank you all for hanging out with me for the entirety of it. I didn't expect this to turn into like a 45-hour playthrough at all, but the fact that the characters are voiced definitely helps. Also, I'm gonna pop up a picture because it's cute. Hold on. Let me find it real quick. And then we'll find a picture and wrap up the stream and I can go eat food. Food sounds nice. Let's see. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you for coming. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna play that other route on my own time because I need to know. Because like, these chapters are not short. These chapters are pretty long, actually. So the stuff that changes is gonna be pretty substantial, and the ending drastically. Yeah, it went a lot of places. The whole thing has a lot of crying. A lot of crying. It is a sad game a lot of the time. It's really good. This is yeah, Please Be Happy by Studio Elon. It's super good. It's got Datovu doing a really good job with the voice cast, as well as where are the other people? Let me see.
Oh, what's in here?
Got a choice on chapter 3 and ending split on chapter 4. Okay, got it. Okay, so yeah. So because that checks out. That checks out right, because last time we were in chapter 4 and we made those choices that were like the not settled down choices, which I was a little worried about. I was worried about our choices last time because I answered honestly, but I was like, the honest choices don't sound like I'm settling down, so like, are we still gonna have them get together at the end? And yes, they do, but they're both like pursuing their careers and there's traveling going on, so it's like, yeah. That checks out. Oh, these are cute. But yeah, it's also just like a really high quality VN. Like, it's just really well put together. Hold on. Oh yeah, I forgot they completely overhauled this page. That's right. Dun, dun, dun. I'm looking for something. If I can find it. This is the game that brought you out of lurking your streams? It is! I remember! Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Hold on. I was just trying to find that cute picture with Miho and Happy. Actually, Justify, if you happen to have like a link. Or wait, you retweeted that recently, right? Suzume. There we go. How do you prefer Suzume or Justify? I just go with screen names usually, but I can go either way. There we go. Found it. Found it. Cool. Straight from the artist, I think. Yep. I'll post the link and then I'll just copy it on stream here too. You're gonna need you to stop saying good things about the game until Studio Line pays you money. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Listen, they sent me a code to play another demo that's not a public thing. That's kind of like money, right? It isn't, but I like their stuff, so deal with it. This is important though. You don't understand. This is important. You have to look at this picture. Do you understand now? Do you understand why I needed you all to look at this picture? It's linked in the chat there too. Add a rosette. Add a rosette. It's a cool picture, right? It's super cute. It's adorable. It's so good. Alright. But now we'll find a raid target and wrap things up for tonight. It's super cute. Did I know? No, I saw the picture, but I didn't really know if it was specifically within game context stuff. Oh, if you pre-order the vinyl, you get a signed card of that art. Oh, that's really cool. That's cool. They're saying, do I know that there was going to be a dog? Even then, I didn't know there was going to be a dog, because there's a lot of art that's like mashups of the different games they worked on. That is pretty fancy, though. Alright. Let's find out who's on. As far as this coming week, I'm going to be streaming a lot more. I might end up taking some random days off to like see people or go do things, but for the most part, I'm streaming every day. I will be on tomorrow night for a dramatic change of pace. Today we did cute visual novel for like a billion hours. Tomorrow we're gonna finish Homebody and stop getting murdered in a death loop. So that'll be pretty cool. It's also a really good game. These are like both some of my favorite games of the year. I don't know why I just plugged the controller in. What was the point of that? It was weird. Let's see. Yeah, we'll probably go to 3 a.m. karaoke, I think. That's what we'll do. That seems like a good plan. I'm gonna go to the gallery real quick.
Oh, what's in here?
Also, I like that the voices play. Thank you for another nothing. I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll do, okay, so we're gonna finish Homebody tomorrow night. Finish it. Done. I'm trying to get games done right now. So this we got done today. Tomorrow we'll get Homebody done. Wednesday we'll probably not finish the game. We'll probably play 15 because I want to get more into 15 because we just had like the one stream of the actual game so far. To be fair, we did watch a movie and play other 15 games prior. So there's that too. And then RE4 later in the week too, which we're not super far in, but also I think we can beat that game. It's RE4. I know it's bigger than it used to be, but I imagine a playthrough is still only going to be like 30 hours tops, even with like wasting a lot of time. Let's go on gallery again. Adirosa, Rector. Yeah, so Datovu did Miho, Silver, and the ending song too. Where the other? I'm just looking for names I recognize. Oh, they mention it here. They mention it in the credits on here. Still need to finish Tiddlywinks. That's true. And Chloe Mori. I don't know who that is, but I really like Aspen's voice a lot. So good. Design. This one sounds familiar. I might have seen that name somewhere before. Additional voices too. Does that mean she also had a third role beyond the two and the song? Possibly. Maybe like one of those like background, a bunch of people together things. Looking at the art. I'm reflecting on our journey getting to this point because I'm tired and I'm stalling for time for no reason whatsoever. Look at them, they're happy. But they're not happy. I mean, they are happy. Voice happy and Gerby, I can see it. Look how happy they are, okay? Do you see how happy they were? Did you see how happy they were? Now, look right here. And that's also happy, but the dog's name is Happy, but also they're happy. Do you understand? Wordplay. It's like Death Stranding. The happy and happy stands for happy. It's crazy. Wait, what? What are these? Oh, there's like a different art on each of the, Are these bonus arts? By the people on the team? I guess so. That's cute. Traditional outfit. Casual version. Actually, I really like this one a lot. This is super cute. It's wallpaper worthy. More painterly. Long hair Aspen. Oh, that's adorable. That's super cute, too. I'm glad I ducked in here, because these arts are all special, and I didn't know they existed. Yeah, no, yeah, no, it was very clearly the final stretch for, like, the last 45 minutes or so. It only took us, like, an hour longer than I expected. Hour and a half longer than I expected. It was a very good ending. You missed out. But the VOD is there, so if you want to see how it all closed out, it's right there waiting for you. Yeah, and all the different styles are really fun. And then I think these are all... Oh yeah. This was depressing. There were a lot of depressings in here. Raz likes to give me a hard time for drawing games out. He's just like trolling me. It's fine. This was a pretty one, too. I'm coming. So this was... There'd be a different art here for the other ending. Because these are actually like all of the arts. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Mash through them. This was one of my favorites. This is a wallpaper on my rotation right now because it's really pretty. The globe worms. This is cute though. Got kitties. That was also depressing. This game likes to make you sad. A little bit of sad in this game. Just a bit. Yeah, see, she was the prince. He was the swan princess, despite the fact that she's the swan, because they were having fun with it. We completely lost track of this guy at some point. I think we just didn't make the right decisions, and I just never saw him after a certain point. So that's cool. Yeah, I mean, it's bittersweet. It's like bittersweet sadness. Yeah, this is my happy and gay as a treat. That's what this is. Oh, for those who only saw this version, because I know a few people were only here at the very tail end, normally she's like all covered up and decked out like this until that scene today. Remembered and switched to... Yeah, that's right, because you know what that was? One of our sessions, got interrupted or messed up for some reason, and then we had to redo it. Oh, you know why? I remember, actually. That was, my computer fried really bad on that one. I had, like, a super hard crash on my computer where everything broke down. And, just ceased to work entirely as it just, like, blue screened and got stuck in factory reset mode for like a long time. Because I think we technically started this right before I swapped computers. So like the first couple streams might have been on there. It was the stream that the Fire Nation attacked, it's true. This is comfy. Comfy, good game. Alright, we'll go back to the office now. Thank you everyone for hanging out for this. Oh my god! We'll also be playing Summer at the Edge of the Universe, Chapter 1, sometime soon. So look forward to that. I'm going to try to change it up a little bit. We're not going to jump straight into that, but we might do that next weekend, since I'm going to be streaming things all week long anyway. Yeah, thank you all for coming out. And we are going to go... Let me double check all what's going on here one more time. Oh, I already had an idea of what I wanted to do. I was just seeing if there were any other special events for people I was following here. Because I wanted to watch some late night karaoke with some good Southside folk. Or not Southside. I mean...
Do that with her and she was super
partially Southside, partially...
But yeah, if you guys have any questions...
No, mute. Partially Southside, partially extension of it. The 3 a.m. crew. The 3 a.m. 3 a.m.'s first official karaoke. They got a thing, so... Wait. Is it still going for a while? I think it's still going for a while. Vera Emberthon, all month long, only at your local Vera dealership. That's right. I don't have any idea for a raid message. Happy raid. Or something. That works. Sure. Happy raid or something. Parentheses raid. That's it. That's your raid message. That right there. That's what we're going for. And I'll probably be streaming at 6 p.m. tomorrow. So if anybody wants to see the ending of Homebody, we'll be doing that at 6 p.m. I think that's going to be a shorter stream. I don't think that's going to take as long as this one today did. Because we were pretty far along, but I had to call things short last time. So, yeah. I will see you all next time. Have yourselves a good night. Eat your vegetables. I don't know why that's what I went with. Probably wouldn't hurt. Take care of yourself. Okay. Okay, go. Go away now. Get out of here. Alright, bye.